It certainly made it beautiful for the Patriots win yesterday.
That's
It's
right.
like watching football through a snow globe. It was wild.
And the Broncos had the advantage with those orange uniforms.
Yes, they did.
Well, they're actually saying that when Denver had the ball, maybe the Patriots had the advantage because the quarterback, if he was trying to throw into Patriots coverage, couldn't really see the defenders as well because
Oh,
of their white uniform. So I don't know.
Oh, that's
protective
interesting.
coloration. I love it.
That's
Right.
interesting.
Folks, I just want to note that we're actually live already.
Don't you think everybody's interested?
Yeah,
Right.
Exactly.
I assumed we were.
Okay.
It's still,
Thank you, Beth.
I'll wait till exactly 8 o'clock and
Beth, you might have the board office video turn off their screen though. Do you see it's showing all of us and it's showing the person?
Greg.
Oh, Greg, can you turn that off? Or the video off in the upper corner where the UMS board office?
Yes, we're working
Thank
on
you.
it.
But
Thank
I
you.
don't, Greg's our hero. He's made this magic happen, so.
Rob
Oh,
is.
good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Lisa.
Good morning. Do we think we have a quorum? Are we ready to go, Beth?
You do have a quorum.
All right.
I don't have everyone, but I do have 10, as far as I see, 10 trustees on the call.
Okay. It is 8 o'clock and it's going to be a long day, so I'm sensitive to time. Why don't we begin? Welcome to the January snow, what did we call it? A Snowmageddon, January board meeting. Thank you all for accommodating, this Zoom online edition. So we will go in, the board only will go into a executive session for half an hour, come back at 8:30 for public session, and then go back into executive session with everybody at the conclusion at 9:30 of the public comment period. So with that, let me call for a motion. Could I have a motion for the board?
Trish, would you like me to take the roll
Call the roll.
first?
Yes, I did
Thank
forget that.
you.
See, I
That's all
think
right.
when we're voting, that's should count, but go ahead.
All right. Chair
No.
Riley,
Here.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Here.
Trustee Loring,
Here.
Trustee Cates,
Here.
Trustee McMahon,
Here.
Trustee Michaud,
Present.
Trustee Johnson. Here. Trustee Kemmler,
Here.
Trustee Worth.
Here.
Believe I have everyone. Did I get everyone?
No,
Beth,
Trish,
Trustee
I'm here
Baldacci.
too. Sorry.
I'm here.
Trustee
Yep.
Baldacci
Here.
and Trustee Eames.
Here.
Great, we got everybody? Okay, may I have a motion to go into executive session under the provisions of 1 MRSA section 405(6)(a) to discuss the evaluation of personnel and the consideration and discussion of appointments, employment, and duties. 1 MRSA section 405(6)(c) to discuss the condition, acquisition, or disposition of real property or economic development if premature disclosure of that information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of UMS. And 3, 1 MRSA section 405(6)(d) to discuss planning for negotiations and communications with our unions. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Do we need to take a vote?
Yes, I'll take the roll. Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson. Yes. Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move into executive session.
Kelly, we're working on getting you switched over.
Can you get Pat switched over too? I'm sorry.
Okay, yep.
Yeah,
You got to
thank-
hang in there for a second while we move you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Kelly, are you dropping off or are you just turning your camera on and off?
I no, actually, I turned my I exited and came back in, but I haven't done anything for the last probably 3 minutes since
Okay.
I've been on.
We're going to switch you right now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, just hang in there.
Hey, can you hear me?
Beth told me to add you to the waiting room,
Okay.
and I guess you weren't included in this executive
Okay,
session for
thanks.
some reason. Okay.
Okay, I think we have, it's exactly 8:30. Welcome to Snow. Beth, are we okay? Do we have a
Yes,
quorum?
we should be good. Everyone should be back out.
Everybody's back, okay. Okay, a reminder that I cannot see everybody on the screen, so when we get to discussion, please make sure you raise your hand or scream at me. But welcome everybody to the January Zoom meeting of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. This is, I just want to take a minute to thank everybody for accommodating this. I know it did make many people happy because the Patriots won and we were able to watch that. So I do appreciate that, but it's a tough meeting. We've made all kinds of revisions to squeeze it into one day. And we very much want to thank Beth and particularly the IT team, Greg and company, for really accommodating this and making sure we can make this work as smoothly as possible. And we beg your indulgence if it gets challenging, but we'll do the best we can. And thank everybody for all your work to make this possible. So with that, we now are ready for our public comment period. And we don't normally make comments before the public comment period, but I think we certainly have had many received much information that's all been shared with the board about some of the issues before us. The issue of the Crossland Center is an issue that will be before us today as an action item. The Hanley Hall issue is not. It will come before us potentially later at some point. But I do want to sort of frame given the number of people who've raised concerns and who will be with us today, I just want to frame the discussion and reiterate that this board, the presidents, the chancellor, the system, very strongly support the Franco-American Center at the University of Maine, the architecture program at the University of Maine, Augusta. These are clearly points of pride to each campus and to the system as a whole. I have a personal interest in it. I was around as a student leader when the Franco-American Center was started. In my first job, I worked with the Franco-American Center and Yvonne Lebe and his team in developing the first federal grant I ever wrote. So I think we just want to reiterate that we are keenly interested in assuring that those programs remain strong, but that this is about a campus move of programs, which is the responsibility of campus presidents, not this board. The issue of whether and how to deal with buildings is an issue of the board. And I think we need to frame it around the reality that we confront all around the country, the very challenging times that higher education is facing, the demographic challenges of fewer students, the move to more online, the issues of under-resourcing of this system for many years that's resulted in deferred maintenance and buildings like Crossland that have been identified as too costly to repair. So we do support the downsizing of campuses, but we want to make sure that's done properly and consistently with Gordian. So we are eager to hear the public comments, obviously, about the buildings, but want to frame it around the bigger issues and the fact that the board has supported both the importance of the programs and the importance of making some changes around buildings and downsizing our campuses appropriately to be ready to invest in the future. So with that, let me open it up for public comments. Remind people there is a 3-minute limit, and if we can keep to the 3-minute we will get through this long list. And we're very pleased to have so many people with us. We look forward to your comments. And our first speaker is State Senator Mark Lawrence.
Chair Riley, Mark Lawrence is not in the attendees list. The next person
Okay.
would be Severin
Mark
Bello.
Lawrence is not here. Our next speaker is Severin Belliveau. Is Mr. Belliveau here?
Yep, give him a minute to
Great.
accept.
Great. And I'd remind everybody, Zoom comments are new for us. And we haven't done them since the pandemic.
Belleville, you need to unmute your microphone and your camera. Mr. Belleville, your camera and microphone are both muted. You need to unmute in order for us to hear you.
I'd encourage our speakers to be at the ready. The next speaker on the list is Troy Jackson, followed by Tony Brinkley.
Okay, I can move them back out and we can move on to the next person and see if he can fix his audio and video.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll come back to 7. We'll move on to Troy Jackson. Troy Jackson? Greg, is he here?
To get through.
Yep, great.
Chair Riley, members of the Board of Trustees, my name is Troy Jackson. I'm a member of, I'm resident of Allagash, Maine. I'm here to testify in opposition to moving the Crossland Hall.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't know if I can't hear Senator Jackson. I don't know if others are having the same problems. Excuse me for interrupting.
Just barely, yeah, it's very faint. If you could turn up your speaker, perhaps?
It's on our end. We're turning him up.
Okay, so Senator Jackson will start the count again. Yes.
Okay. This is Troy Jackson. I'm a resident of Allagash, Maine. To Chair Riley and members of the board, and speaking in opposition to moving Crossland Hall, the Franco Center. I'd like to, first off say that, right now during what's going on right now with, everything in this country and in the state, I've been, going around to different protests. We've been seeing a lot of people in this state that have been targeted because of their skin color, because of their nationality. Somalians in Lewiston, people in Portland, Biddeford, all through the state that are being targeted by this administration. And that's really unfortunate. But what's even more unfortunate for me is seeing people here in Maine that are falling into that trap of believing that people that have come here to set up shop, become part of our state, part of our culture, part of our economy, are believing that they are the ones that are holding them back. They are the ones that are causing them to have higher health insurances and things like that. They're being scapegoated. And or a lot of the people that I see making these arguments are actually Francos across this state. And what's really unfortunate for me is I see people that not that long ago were being scapegoated like that the same way. Growing up here in the St. John Valley, I am part Franco. My mother was a Pelletier. And here in Mercer County, I found out about how people were tried to have their culture taken away, how they were told to not be able to speak French. But what I didn't understand was how we had such a high concentration of KKK members in Maine, and how they really did go after French Canadians and Catholics in the state in such a high regard. And how I found that out, when I found that out was when I was an adult, through the Franco Center at Crossland Hall. That's where I found that history out. And if anything, I believe now is the time for that history to be taught even more in Maine now, because I don't think enough people in the state understand how easy it is for us to fall in this trap of scapegoating immigrants and how it wasn't that long ago that many of us Mainers were in that same position. And so I feel very strongly about that right now. And Chair Riley, I heard your comments, and I respect all of you very much, but it seems like the decision's already made. And I'll tell you that, you know, I have a respect for everyone. I have respect for the chancellor. I have respect for the president. But I've been through this. I've been a legislator for 20 years. And this center has been on the chopping block all through my 20 years. And I've been in leadership, and I've held on to it. I've fought back. I've cajoled. I've done everything in budgets to make sure that this place did not get cut out of the university system in the past. And I have no faith. I have no faith that this isn't the same thing going on once again, because I've watched it in the past. I have a history of knowing that this place has not been supported in the past. And I don't believe that what is offered right now can be done. I don't think that the Crossland Center has the repair problems that is being estimated. And I certainly don't believe that where they're going is going to make for as good of a place, and they won't be able to stand it up for the amount of money that they're saying right now. But I can't stress enough how in my time as legislature, this program has been on the chopping block year after year, time after time. And I just see this as another attempt. And if you move it, if you let it move out of Crossland Hall, I guarantee you it'll die on the vine, because there won't be enough money that'll be put into this program to have it in a place anywhere near what Crossland Hall is right now. So I would hope that if you really do care about the Franco history, which is needed more than ever right now, that you won't move it out of Crossland Center, because you'll never get a better place than what it is right now.
Thank you. Is Mr. Belleville back on?
I do not see him on the list.
Okay.
I
The
think
next speak-
Tony Brinkley would be next.
Yep, great. Tony Brinkley.
Stand by. Go ahead, Mr. Brinkley.
Okay. I have sent some written testimony to the board that I hope all members will see. Because of the mix-up in signing up, the person who was supposed to read former Governor LePage's statement was not able to sign up, so I'm going to read that statement to you. And I would like to mark the bipartisan effort here, which involves my friend Senator Jackson and also my friend, the former governor. They frequently are not on the same side. Anyway, this is a statement from former Governor LePage. I write to you today to express my strong opposition to the planned demolition of Crossland Hall. The decision is about more than a building. It is about history, culture, and respect for a community that has shaped the state of Maine for generations. Crossland Hall stands as a visible, accessible symbol to Maine's deeply rooted Franco-American culture. While the building has served multiple purposes over its long history, it has been a home to the Franco-American Center for many years. Nearly 40% of Mainers trace their heritage in whole or in part to Franco-American families. That legacy is not abstract. It is lived, taught, celebrated, and passed down. For years, Crossland Hall's central location on campus has allowed Franco-American culture to remain present, visible, and integrated into university life rather than tucked away or treated as an afterthought. The proposal to demolish this historic building or to relocate its cultural significance to a less accessible space for all sends a troubling message. Culture should not be displaced to the margins. Moving Franco-American programming out of a central, meaningful location and replacing it with a parking lot is not preservation. It is an attempt to erase decades of cultural significance that is a way of life for many Mainers. Whether intentional or not, It communicates this heritage, that this heritage is expendable, secondary, or inconvenient. Crossland Hall is one of the oldest buildings on this campus, and with that comes the responsibility to steward it wisely. The fact that demolition is being pursued for the purpose of expanding parking rather than exhausting adaptive reuse or restorative options is deeply troubling. Universities are meant to preserve history while planning for the future, not erase one to accommodate the other. Once a building like this is gone, it is gone forever.
Time is up.
And no parking lot replaces what it's lost. It seems to me I should be able to read the last paragraph.
Time
if
is
you
up.
don't have
If we're going to get to the rest of the people, Mr. Brinkley, we need to keep
Okay,
to our
but
3-minute
you
mark.
do understand that your rules are silencing a great deal of the argument that needs to be made. So this
The board
meeting
has all the
is
materials that have been
sufficient.
sent. They're considerable. Thank you. Thank you. We will move on to Lincoln Tyner.
Moving Lincoln in now.
Hear and see me?
Ooh.
I don't want me.
Lincoln, you're echoing. I think you may have 2 items.
Okay, can you start the timer now?
Yes.
Students, community members, and powerful state leaders have come together to urge that you reject the proposal to demolish Crossland Hall. University leadership claims that demolition and relocation will benefit Franco-Americans, but the facts state otherwise. Demolition of Crossland Hall will cause irreparable harm to Francos and the Franco-American Center. Both spaces into which the center would be forced to relocate present a marked decline in accessibility and an increase in isolation. A petition with over 1,500 signatures has been presented to you all, with support from key Francophone locations such as Maine, Louisiana, and Canada. Our bipartisan coalition includes Franco leaders such as Severin Beliveau, Aroostook County Commissioner Danny DeVoe, gubernatorial candidate Troy Jackson, Senator Mark Lawrence, and former Governor Paul LePage. Non-Franco allies include Senators Joe Baldacci, Mike Tipping, and Sean Faircloth. The undergraduate and graduate student governments, along with the Student Heritage Alliance Council, have passed resolutions opposing the demolition. This widespread support is based on clear facts that show why demolition of Crossland Hall and relocation of the center are not in the interests of students, Franco-Americans, the state of Maine, or the university itself. Repeated requests for an itemized list to justify the $10.4 million maintenance figure have gone unanswered. 3 experts, John McCormick, Bob Sinclair, and James Garrity, have verified that the administration's figure is entirely unfounded. Crossland Hall is also the most accessible of the 3 locations. Addressing any ADA concerns would be far less expensive than the convoluted plan to move 2 programs and renovate 3 buildings. The Environmental Science Lab is clearly inadequate as a home for the center. Beyond fire code concerns, it has asbestos tiling throughout the building, requiring extensive remediation prior to any renovations. These issues have not been accounted for in the $500,000 figure. It defies logic that a building in such neglected condition could only require $500,000 to become a spectacular new facility, as the interim provost claimed, while Crossland Hall, which is far superior, would somehow cost over $10 million. Demolishing Crossland Hall would destroy the very starting point of this university. Worse, it is an attack on Maine's identity. Working to erase this historic farmhouse reveals a strong disdain for Maine heritage. The legacy of Crossland Hall should be celebrated, not destroyed for a handful of parking spaces. The board should at least delay the demolition until a thorough, independent analysis is conducted. This way, other options, wiser options, can be considered. Until then, I and over 1,500 other stakeholders urge you all to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have up next, John McCormick.
Mr. McCormick, I'm seeing that you don't have an audio connection made. I suggest we move on.
Yeah, the people coming next are Alan Grover, Danny DeVoe, and Debbie Roberge, and we'll go to Mr. Grover next. And see if we can come back to Mr. McCormick.
Mr. Grover is not there.
Okay. Mr. DeVoe?
Yes, promoting Mr. DeVoe now. They don't seem to have their audio connected either. Up there it is.
Again, reminder to speakers, check the instructions that were sent, and you need to have your audio and video turned on. We'll go on to Debbie Roberge.
Nope, Mr. DeVoe is in.
Oh, okay, great. Mr. DeVoe, great.
Yes, good morning. University of Maine Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the sensitive issue, the demolition, future use of Crossline Hall, which I've always known the Francophone. My name is Daniel. I am a Francophone, born and raised in the small French community of Sur Plantation in the St. John Valley of northern Maine. I attended the University of Maine in the mid-1970s. During my first 2 years, I lived in Dunn Hall, which is almost across the Franco-American Center. This is where I was first introduced to Francophone affairs. I farmed for 30 years.
Greg, is that on our end or his end?
It's on his end. His connection's really bad.
Okay.
While at Budman, I had many meetings with the Canadian consulate. The Quebec delegation worked very closely with the provinces of New Brunswick and Quebec. At one of the meetings at the Franco-American Center, high school students from Granite County and Saint-Georges-de-Beauce County in Quebec approached me about how they could attend the University of Maine. They were big fans of the Maine Black Bears and, of course, hoping to play hockey. The students were all French speaking and used the resource for enrollment at UMaine. This American Center is an important part of the French culture at the University of Maine. The center has long served as a gateway for Francophones in Maine and Canada who are seeking admissions to the University of Maine. The center's proximity to the Alpha has greatly of Maine, given the great interest in the university ice hockey program. To move the Franco-American Center away from the Alphon Arena and isolate it in the background of campus would prove incredibly detrimental not only to the Franco-American Center, but also to the university's recruitment efforts with Francophones across the Northeast region. I strongly support the students' position to keep the Crossland Hall as an American Franco-American Center. I would like to add, while I was with the governor's office, that we had to step in because the provost wanted to cut out the Franco-American funding. I understand where former Senator Troy Jackson comes from because we had to go through the same scenario. So I am concerned about the future of where this is heading. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeVoe. Do we have John McCormick back?
We
Greg?
actually have Alan Grover, if you would stand by.
Okay, Alan Grover. Mr. Grover. Mr. Grover?
Okay, good morning. My name is Alan Grover. I am a third-year undergrad in Communications and International Affairs at UMaine. Today, I want to talk to you about the university's decision to demolish Crossland Hall and hopefully persuade the trustees to reject this plan and to call on the administration to consider alternatives. I am a third-generation Franco-American. My great-grandfather immigrated to Maine from a Franco community in New Brunswick in the late 19th century, changing our ancestral name of Gauvin to Grover in order to integrate, as was often required in that time period. When I returned to UMaine in September, I had been away for 17 years. I came back to find that being 20 years senior most of my peers, a place to belong on campus was difficult to come by and isolating to boot. After some searching, I found that place in Crossland Hall with the Franco-American Resource Opportunity Group. A place of shared interest and a home-like environment unlike any other place on campus. In the meeting room in Crossland Hall, I'm frequently brought back to childhood weekends at my aunt's house, where Franco-American traditions of good food, great care for each other, and the occasional Quebecois profanity were practiced. If you grew up Franco-American, you know the ones I'm talking about. While the people are the heart of the Franco-American Center, I can tell you that the group itself will never quite be the same outside of the history and the home that is Crossland Hall. Now, I would like to note that as a commuter student, I realize as well as anyone that parking is a bona fide problem on campus. And I empathize with the desire to modernize the campus. But erasing the past to make way for the future is a shame at best and a travesty at worst. So I ask that you, as the ultimate decision makers today, reject what I and many others feel would be a genuine loss for Maine, Franco-Americans, and anyone who cares to preserve the importance of our shared past. Whether this be by finding another spot for added parking, or more plausibly, maybe moving Crossland to another location on campus, as multiple spots have been noted for possibilities. Now, and if money could be reallocated to a building relocation project, that'd be great. However, the people that care about preserving Crossland are committed to finding the funding to do so outside of university funding if necessary. We just ask that you help us by putting the brakes on what feels like a genuine travesty in the making. Let's take some pride in the most historic building on campus instead of erasing it. Trustees, please save Crossland Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. McCormick?
Mr. McCormick,
Okay,
we do.
great. Mr. McCormick.
Mr. McCormick, you need to unmute your microphone and your camera, please. That would be on the lower left-hand side of your Zoom screen. Chair Riley, I can leave Mr. McCormick in as he tries to find that, and we can move on to
Okay. Debbie Roberge.
Hold, please.
We had let folks know we'd hear from.
Roberge declined.
Declined,
She
okay.
declined. She's in here twice. I'm going to try her other one.
Okay.
Promote the panelists. Yep.
We had told the folks representing the Crossland concerns that we'd go for a half an hour on those concerns, given some of the technical issues. We'll give it a few more minutes, but then move on to So that these folks can be at the ready. Gabriel Tomasolo and the folks who want to talk about Handley Hall, Dan Demerit and Willow Cunningham, and then come back to Crossland. But we'll give it a few more minutes.
I have Deborah Robers. She keeps declining the promotion, so
All
the
right.
next person is Nick Pelletier.
Nick Pelletier.
Hello, Chair Riley and members of the board. My name is Nick Pelletier, and I'm here to testify in opposition to the demolition of Crossland Hall. My father, Raymond Pelletier, came to the university in 1979. He was a professor of modern languages, French and Francophone cultures, and an administrator at the university for 34 years until his retirement. He worked closely with the Franco-American Center throughout his career. When he passed, my brother and I created a scholarship in his name to help current and future students who have an interest in Franco-American studies. The Franco-American Center is important for Franco-Americans in Maine, for the university, for Maine, and for all of us. As someone who grew up at and around the university and now a donor of the university, I can tell you that my father would be horrified with the idea of destroying Crossland Hall and moving the Franco-American Center, as am I. Crossland Hall is an important piece of our history, and it is the Franco-American Center's home. The Franco-American Center has in turn made Crossland Hall a home for students and community members looking to learn about and celebrate Franco-American history and culture. The Franco-American Center has had an important role in researching, recording, celebrating, and teaching Franco-American history in Maine, and given Maine's Franco-American history and population, that should be respected and allowed to continue, and demolishing the center's home and moving the center would be incredibly damaging for the center. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. McCormick ready yet? Greg?
He's still in there, but nope, he dropped out. Sorry.
Okay. Why don't we go? Do we have Senator Baldacci?
We do not.
Okay. Why don't we? I think.
Drame.
Sorry.
Drame. The next person on the list is here.
Yeah, Mo Drome.
Okay.
Y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Have a statement here from the history department chair and someone else, so I'll just read that. Dear University of Maine System Board of Trustees, we urge you to take immediate steps to preserve the oldest building on campus. Known as Crossland Hall since 1980, the original structure dates back to 1833 and was the farmhouse on the Goddard Frost Farm that, along with the White Farm, were given to the trustees to create the Maine State College in Orono in 1866. The University of Maine Historic Preservation Master Plan 2007 designates Crossland Hall as one of just 13 Tier 1 buildings on campus that possess, quote, the highest level of historic and architectural significance, close quote. At the very least, it should be carefully documented by an architectural historian before it is destroyed. A superior preservation strategy, as noted in the UMaine Master Plan, would be to remove some of the building's more recent additions, quote, to restore the original Greek revival farmhouse character, end quote, of a two-story vernacular home. This smaller structure could then be moved closer to the Page Farm and Home Museum campus, whose main structure is the large barn that was formerly associated with the Goddard Frost Farm and is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Reuniting the two buildings would allow for a fundraising campaign to fully restore the farmhouse and save the irreplaceable historic record of buildings that predate the UMaine campus. The board of the Page Farm and Home Museum is prepared to take up this issue at their upcoming meeting at January 27th. The Goddard Frost Farmhouse and Barn have advanced the University of Maine's mission in multiple capacities for nearly 200 years. This is an opportunity to ensure that we retain this meaningful record of our past for future generations. The student-led campaign to save Crossland Hall from destruction has been inspirational. We agree that strenuous efforts should be made to preserve this essential part of the UMaine history. Sincerely, Patricia Henner, Director of the Page Farm and Home Museum, and Liam Riordan, Adelaide C. and Alan L. Bird, Professor of History and History Department Chair.
Thank you. And we now have Cheryl Pelletier. Do we have Cheryl Pelletier?
Good morning. Am I on now?
You are.
Okay. Well, good morning, and I thank you for having this procedure this morning. You know, when I think of what I've just been, I've been so impressed with what I've been hearing in others. And it seems to me that part of what we're looking at is how I am Cheryl Pelletier. I've lived in Bangor many years now. I'm a clinical psychologist in Bangor. And Ray and I were married, Ray Pelletier and I were married for 30 years, raised our children here. And it seems to me that part of what we're talking about is how to keep our balance, keep that balance between moving forward and learning from and remembering lessons of the past. There's no question, and others have pointed it out, that we're in a time of dramatic change and chaos, and certainly here at home as well as globally. I heartily support saving Crossland Hall. It's more than moving a group to another facility, no matter how good or how problematic that facility may be. And I realize it's huge because these are huge decisions. How do you move forward and keep these things in mind? But I remember Ray he spent a lot of time at Crossland Hall. He helped keep it alive in ways that were fun and informative. And I was always very impressed with that. The first thing, though, I think of is that when people come in to destroy and to conquer and whatever you want to call it, one of the first things they get involved in is erasing history. And when we erase our history, we erase ourselves. I thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have time for Megan Murphy.
I don't see Megan Murphy on here.
Okay. That and Mr. McCormick is not able to.
Well, he has his hand up, so I will promote him again and see if maybe we got through to that.
And we will complete the list of pre-signed. So we'll get to people even if we run out of a little over time.
Okay.
Is Mr. McCormick?
Promoted Mr. McCormick, but his camera and microphone are still muted.
Okay, let's move on then, and we will move to Gabrielle Tomasulo.
I do not see Gabrielle on the list either.
Okay. And with apologies, I'm sure I'll mispronounce Sybil Preslowski.
They are not there as well.
Okay.
Dan Demerit is,
The snow may be challenging for people. Dan Demerit.
Trustee Riley, good morning, and trustees, good morning from Orono. I may be overseeing a town council meeting this evening by Zoom, so I appreciate the work to make this meeting available to people electronically and the challenges that are part of that. My name is Dan Demerit. I'm a Black Bear dad and chair of the Orono Town Council and self-appointed cheerleader in chief for all things Orono. I'd like to start by sharing that all of Orono is concerned about the whereabouts and well-being of Chance Lauer, a University of Maine student in Orono, member of the Orono community. For the last several days, our entire community has been focused on finding Chance. And I want to thank the Orono Police Department, the UMaine Police Department, our state partners and volunteers who've been working so hard to try and locate Chance over the past several days. What I wanted to share with you this morning, was that Orono has now approved and finished our 20-month comprehensive planning process. The council approved it earlier this month. We started nearly 2 years ago, and our 213-page document is now available and for people to see and review. I wanted to thank particularly many members of the university community who participated in our development of our plan, especially Lori Sedelko, who is a member of our comprehensive planning community. We held dozens of events, live meetings, and provided online tools that provided hundreds of people a chance to share what they wanted to see Orono to become in the 10 years to come. Like any comprehensive plan, Orono's plan is an accounting of what we have as a community and where we are today. We are, an outdoor walkable community. We're on the edge of the Maine wilderness. We're on the ancestral lands of the Penobscot Nation, and we're the very proud home of the University of Maine. A global research leader in the state's flagship university. It's not lost on me that the word university appears 126 times in the plan. The word UMaine is mentioned 34 different times throughout our document. We are, in my belief, Maine's education and enrichment community, and our plan really leans into that. It's a plan for, like all other plans, it's a plan for placemaking, community building, and economic development. And the different opportunities we have as a community over the next 10 to 12 years to make new things happen. I also think, and I'm speaking for myself now more so than just the council, I think it's a 10-year roadmap to being and believing the greatest small college town in America. And for those who've had the chance to work with me in the past, I like naming things and being a little bold when it comes to where an institution is heading. And for what it's worth, my standard of greatness for our small college town is not a national ranking or a comparison to Durham, Burlington, or Presque Isle or Farmington. It's for me, greatness is achieved when Orono residents and learners love where they live, share a pride of place, and have a clear idea of what they want to accomplish together. So we've been making a lot of progress in this.
Dan, I'm sorry,
already.
you've reached your time. Could you wrap up?
Sure. Looking forward to talking with members of the union. We're all looking forward to talking. We have a great partnership with the University of Maine across all fronts. Look forward to working. Wanted to make sure folks were aware of our plan and the work that went into it, and look forward to all that we can accomplish together. So I wanted to share that, and I look forward to welcoming you in person to Orono at some time in a future meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. And we next have Willow Cunningham.
Willow is not on the list. And then we're going down to the waiting list, and Darren Martone is not here. The next person would be Riley St. Pierre.
Okay, and Mr. McCormick still is having technical difficulties. Can he call in? Can we give him a? All right, let's go to Darren Martone of St. Pierre. Is that next, Greg? Riley St. Pierre?
Yes, just
okay.
Promoted. Also, Lincoln Tyner continues to raise their hand. We'll go back to them if there's time.
I don't think we'll go back for a second time.
Okay.
for the same person. So do we have Riley?
Yep, she's coming in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning to everyone in this meeting. I just want to start off by recognizing that many people are experiencing technical difficulties with this. It is it's been difficult for some people to adjust who originally planned to attend in person. I was one of those people. And also, due to the snow, I think that several people just may not have power. So we're trying our best on our end, and also just so you know, we're not able to unmute ourselves or turn our camera on until after we're called on. So I don't know if that's what people are struggling with. But I want to start off today. I'm a member of the University of Maine student government, and as you can probably tell by my last name, I'm a Franco-American. The UMSG has already sent our resolution that we passed to the Board of Trustees that highlights the communication issues that were present in making this decision. The fact that stakeholders such as community members that rely on Crossland Hall for their meetings, employees of the Franco-American Center, people at the Spruce Budworm Lab, which we haven't heard from, but are also involved in this plan. And the issue is that these key groups were not given involvement in the decision-making process. And now there's very little time this is our last opportunity to try to stop this plan. And we're not trying to be disruptive or trying to halt progress. What we're trying to do is we're trying to stop this plan so that there's opportunity to come up with a better one. And you've already heard from other members of our movement that we are matching the effort that we're putting into to speak out against this plan with equal amount of effort to come up with a plan to raise our own funds to help potentially move Crossland Hall. The issue is we don't know how much any of these options would cost. We've only been given the one figure, and it seems that the university is only interested in the option of demolishing the building with little regard to the history that it represents. So we've heard from legislators, we've heard from community members, we've heard from the history department, the University of Maine student government, graduate student government. I mean, almost everyone you can think of has spoken out on this. So I just urge you to really consider these words and to understand that these few people that have taken the time out of their day and have been able, through the technical difficulties and the storm, to make their voice heard are representing a much larger community that is opposed to the current plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I guess the last person on the list is Tom Panett. Is he with us?
Actually, Chair, I missed Darren Martoni.
Oh, okay, fine. Darren.
Okay, here we come.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. I'll keep my statement brief as others have already discussed the same issue. But as a University of Maine graduate student and undergrad student, I've had the fortune of learning about the rich local history of New England and specifically Maine. While learning about American history as a whole, you often come across buildings of immense historic and cultural value that would be beneficial to your own research only to find out that those buildings have been demolished to make way for car-related infrastructure or urban renewal. One of the most famous local examples of buildings being demolished to make way for urban renewal are both the Bangor and Portland railroad stations, which were both leveled to make way for strip malls. The university's reason for the unnecessary demolition of one of the oldest buildings on campus is a little bit negligent and reeks of Maine's long history of Franco-American discrimination. It would be one thing if Crossland Hall were being demolished to make way for a new dorm uh, or a new liberal arts building or a new lecture hall, but a surface level parking lot is a little bit absurd. Please reconsider the demolition of this valuable piece of the university and community's history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Greg, I think that concludes our list, unless Mr. McCormick has figured out how to.
There's Tom Panett, I think is at the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, Tom Panett.
Tom
Sorry.
Panett, yep.
Sorry.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to everyone else who's spoken about this incredibly important issue. I'm not going to restate all of the incredibly meritorious reasons why you should postpone the demolition of Crossland Hall and await to find some sort of compromise. But I'm not going to repeat that. What I want to repeat is something to you, the Board of Trustees. And I want you to listen to me carefully. This political moment that we're in right now, where rogue members of US government in forms of immigration and border patrol who are going out and killing people, detaining people, this is all connected. And this plan to demolish the Franco-American Center and Crossland Hall being one of the oldest buildings on campus, and it was a part of the university's original purpose, a liberal arts university. Clearly, all of you have forgotten the purpose of a liberal arts university. It's not a professional sports team. Each and every one of you stink of complacency of turning the University of Maine, a public liberal arts university, into a cash money machine. This is not a sports university. This is a learning institution. But you don't care about that. I know that. But I'm telling you right now, your complacency and your inability to participate in any kind of democratic involvement with the actual people who make UMaine run, legislators, students, clubs, faculty. You don't do anything for this university. Your inability to engage with them will weigh on your conscience, and it will not go away. This university is a learning institution, an engine of upward mobility. It is not a sports facility. People are not going to forget that. No matter how much, no matter who you bring in for consulting agencies, no matter what you do, people are not going to forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes our list, Greg.
Chair, I still have hands raised by Debbie Roberge and Lincoln Tyner.
Lincoln has, we have a little bit of time left if Debbie Roberge can get in.
Okay, got it. I promoted her. She declined a couple of times. Oh, she's joining. Okay, good.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Roberge, and I've been a volunteer at the Franco-American Center for almost a decade. I am also a member of the Franco Femmes, a community group that meets most Fridays for lunch and to share things. The Franco Femmes greatly contribute to the family atmosphere at the center, providing to the students and leading many of them to describe Crossland Hall as a second home. Students continue to enjoy learning more about their Franco heritage through Acadian history lessons and cooking French foods in a kitchen dedicated to Ray Pelletier, a former professor here. Students have also worked with the Franco Femmes on donated craft projects such as blankets for local shelter, Christmas wreaths for the VA hospital, gift bags of candy for nursing home patients so they know they haven't been forgotten. We also collect toys for tots and food items for the local cupboards and help students with projects they need for class. The main entrance room is a great meeting place for students to gather. We are a kind of a cultural center where all is welcome, especially to our gatherings such as Mardi Gras celebration, musical concerts, and a Farag Thanksgiving. They like the family atmosphere, especially the students who are missing home. We even have a quiet room where students can go and study. There is always someone there who will talk to them about what's on their mind. It is a feeling of caring and warmth in Crossland Hall that you can't replicate elsewhere. I have helped many students research their ancestry with all the wonderful resources we have. My own heritage includes Crossland. It was once the home of one of my ancestors, Merritt Caldwell Fernald, and his family, one of the first presidents here at the university. You can move the Franco-American Center to a new location, but you can't take the history that belongs to Crossland, and no matter how many souvenirs you remove, the history will always belong to Crossland. It was an infirmary in 1963. Women fought for the right to vote by meeting in that building, and the very land it stands on traces back to a Franco-American Revolutionary War veteran. An old saying used in my family is to study the past so you don't repeat it in the future. So why are you deleting such an important part of the university's past? Many of us are against this move, even though not all of us are able to speak out. I was warned with being barred from campus if I continued to advocate for the center. Demolishing Crossland would allow these bullies to win. The university has always invested in its history and found creative solutions to maintain these connections from our past to our future. I ask you to find these creative solutions that will keep our community whole and preserve our rich connections with our past through this incredible building that is so much more than just a building or a line on a budget. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. And with that, we conclude the public comment period, and I would again reiterate that we received many, many, many letters, petitions, all of which have been shared with the board, that provide additional detail about concerns about Crossland. So with that, let's go back to our agenda, and we are moving to executive session. Could I have a motion for the Board of Trustees to go into executive session under 1 MRSA Section 405-6A to discuss the evaluation of personnel, consideration and discussion of appointments of employment and duties. 1 MRSA 405-6C to discuss the condition, acquisition, disposition of real property or economic development. 1 MRSA Section 405-6D to discuss planning for negotiations and communications with our unions. 1 MRSA 405-6E to consult with its attorney concerning legal rights. Do I have a motion?
So
Moved
moved.
by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. The clerk will take the vote.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Macon,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
We'll move into executive session, and I'm just going to let everyone know the beginning is with the trustees and the chancellor only.
Thank you, Beth. And would trustees like to take a 3-minute break?
Yes, please.
Why don't we do that? And why don't we just get back into the main
Members, we're currently in the process of getting everybody into the proper room. Please stand by. You should be switching there in about a minute.
Well, it's not quite the same as lunch with students.
No, and I had to make the whole thing myself. I mean, at
didn't
our board
also-
meeting, they take such good care of us.
But Sedesco delivered to all the rest of us. Didn't you get
No,
that?
I only had one option. It was whatever I ate for dinner last night. That's what I had for lunch today. Yes,
Right.
it'll be nice to be back together in person next time.
It will. It will. Although it's March, that's iffy too.
I did just watch the weather at lunchtime though, and they were saying that it's like it was a 39-hour stretch for Portland of being under 10 degrees, and Bangor is holding strong at 60 hours and still going of the temperature not
Yeah.
getting
Yeah.
into the double digits, and that they thought it might be some kind of a record. It was like, yes, and I felt that on my dog walk this morning too.
I bet you did.
The dog and I agree.
And now it's snowing again, but it is pretty when it's cold. Snow
Really
is
pretty.
cold.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Okay, let's see. I don't see Beth. Doesn't mean she's not here.
She's there, Beth.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, okay. Everybody's bright and early. Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone, and we'll move on with our agenda and try to keep as close to time as we can, recognizing that we're out of practice of all days. I think. Why don't we just begin with the president's round robin? And I'll just go with, I see Jen Cushman first. So can we start with the University of Maine at Augusta, President Cushman?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Riley. We have some good news. First of all, UMA has once again been designated as a Military Times Best for Vets institution. This is our 15th consecutive year earning this distinction, every year since the rankings began. This year's honor comes from the largest and most competitive field in the program's history, reinforcing UMA's long-standing commitment to serving all populations, including military-connected learners. It strengthens our national reputation serving military-connected learners through access, affordability, and student support, and affirms the effectiveness of the long-term investments the board has supported. We received a Davis Family Foundation grant, also in line with our mission to serve all populations, to support our prison education partnership reentry initiatives. This helps students stay connected to their education as they transition from incarceration back into their communities. The funding addresses practical reentry challenges, including short-term housing needs, access to technology, and financial disruptions that can interrupt enrollment, while also supporting reentry and alumni connections that provide peer support and links to fair chance employment resources. We also secured a $400,000 grant from the Davis Educational Foundation to support a 2-year initiative integrating artificial intelligence and virtual reality into undergraduate teaching and learning. This focuses on expanding access to future-focused, workforce-relevant learning, regardless of location, and it reflects UMA's strengths in serving Maine's workforce needs and meeting all students where they are through innovative educational technologies. Finally, because we support a mostly non-traditional student body, we're making visible student-centered investments that directly improve the day-to-day UMA student experience. So in line with embracing innovative educational technologies to serve our mission, at the start of the fall semester, UMA implemented EdSites. This is an AI-based student persistent text messaging tool. It gives UMA early insight into the student experience and emerging barriers to student success, strengthening our ability to respond proactively and support engagement and persistence. Our early results are encouraging. We're seeing approximately 40% student engagement with the tool, which is significant given that we did not previously have a structured way to gather real-time student feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have President Edmondson, USM.
I kindly ask to be delayed by a president or two. I'm sorry. I have a matter that I'm dealing with, so
You absolutely may.
for a minute. Thank you. Thanks.
Just knowing the life of a president. Here we go. President McDonald, can you take?
I will jump in gladly. The good news I want to speak about today is the work that the faculty, staff, and students are doing to address the way in which UMF should adapt to the changing landscape in higher education. Last semester, we conducted a number of brainstorming sessions where we got a flood of ideas from faculty, staff, and students. But this semester, we're taking all of those ideas and we've created 4 committees or working groups that are working through these ideas. So one group is on career development, workforce development. How do universities, particularly one like ours, move students through the academic program with an eye to what they are going to be doing in the future, beyond their time here. The second group is tackling Gen Ed. This is kind of the third rail in universities to actually tackle Gen Ed. But we have to recognize that one size does not fit all anymore, that we need different programs for different types of students. Adult completers may need a different program. Some of our students who are in teacher training or education programs need a different program. And the students themselves are looking for more coherence, more choice in shaping their own interests and ambitions. And so we have a group that's looking at Gen Ed. The third group is looking at fostering a culture of high quality teaching. Now, we are a teaching institution, so we take teaching very seriously, but we want to look at the culture that we're creating so that we have teaching innovation, sharing of ideas, and creating a culture that strengthens our teaching. And the final group is looking at the residential experience. Students only spend 15 hours a week in the classroom, but 150 hours outside of the classroom. How do we integrate the learning that should take place in a college experience, particularly a residential college like UMF, so that we can make this a vibrant experience? So those are the 4 groups that are working on these issues and addressing the way in which UMF must adjust itself to the changing nature of higher education. Thank you.
Great, thank you. President Bruni-Mundy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wish we could be welcoming you in person here to the University of Maine. It's beautiful today. But anyhow, thanks for being here. And I'd like to just break my remarks up into 3 very quick parts. One is we continue to be very, very pleased and honored that organizations and funders have confidence in our university, and a couple of terrific announcements in the past few weeks. One is that both the Zillman Art Museum and the University of Maine Honors College have benefited from extraordinarily generous gifts from the estate of Don and Linda Zillman, well known to so many here in our universities. Both the Art Museum and the Honors College have fantastic plans for taking these generous gifts. 2.16 million for the Honors College, 1.4 million for the Zillman. So very generous, and we're deeply honored that the Zillmans have such confidence in what this university can do. And another kind of evidence, really, I guess, of the confidence that we have coming this time from the federal government, a National Science Foundation grant. That's the result of a team collaboration by some of our earlier career faculty, the Vice President for Research's office, our core instrument program, and other entities. We have acquired through the Department of Chemistry a new mass spectrometer, technically a matrix-assisted laser desorption ionization time of flight instrument that will be available now to advance our science in entirely new ways. And then on the category of innovation, the sort of thing that enables this kind of confidence, we have all sorts of wonderful things going on. I want to single out MCEC faculty member Tom Schwartz. He's developed a new way to turn wood-derived sugars that come from forest biomass into a key ingredient for many prescription drugs. So this becomes a major breakthrough for affordability and sustainability in bio-derived materials instead of the use of petroleum. So congratulations to Tom and his work. And the other bit of innovation is coming from our libraries that I wanted to mention today. They're preparing to make a transition from the Digital Commons institutional repository to a new suite of purpose-built tools that will be designed to enable us to improve discovery and usability and long-term use. So again, the university continues to work toward the future. And then the last thing I would like to mention is an honor for our trustee and chair of the board, Trish Riley, UMaine class of 73 and then 78 grad, will receive the 2026 Alumni Career Award from the University of Maine Alumni Association. So congratulations, Chair Riley.
Thank you. They ran out of people to give it to, I guess. Thank you. President Edmondson, back to USM.
Yes, thank you. Forgive me for asking for a slight delay. In December, we officially opened the Cybersecurity Operations Center. It's a classroom on the Gorham campus that is really designed to help students in our cybersecurity major understand security threats around the world. It's an incredible state-of-the-art space. I'm really grateful that the students have this opportunity to use that space, and we'll be able to use it also in collaboration with the University of Maine at Augusta and the students in their program. We also had the groundbreaking for the arts building on January 10th. That also is on the Gorham campus. Chair Riley joined, as did Chancellor Malloy, and it was just a fabulous day. The community in Gorham is really excited about the Arts Center. And Chancellor Malloy also was able to stay and join us for a men's hockey game that evening. And then the Forum on American Democracy, the next session of that forum is on February 4th at 5 p.m. in Hannaford Hall. This particular session will focus on faculty and having faculty discuss how pluralism is part of Southern Maine as a broader community and what pluralism looks like in action today. So the faculty who will be involved are Dr. Ron Schmidt from Political Science, Dr. Adam Schmidt from, not related, their last names are spelled differently, from Education and History, Dr. David Caston, who is new to our Muskie School, and Dr. Michelle Vasquez Jacobus. On March 25th, our students will be doing the last session of the forum this year. I've met with the students earlier last week, and I'm really excited about their ideas, and I hope that you may be able to join us for that. And then finally, I will just say there was a terrific article in the Portland Press Herald today about our women's basketball team. And I just note that because the Portland Press Herald doesn't often cover athletics at USM. And so it was really nice to see the team featured. They are #1 in the Little East Conference right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. President Softly, it looks like we're looking down upon you.
And this is as it should be. So I have two points for our round robin today. One is enrollment and one is fundraising. Maine Law is, I've talked to you about this before. It's really incredibly exciting. One of only 2 ABA accredited law schools reporting an application increase exceeding 100%. Nationally, applications are up, but only by an average about 20%. And in New England, the applications are up around 23%. Maine Law, have I mentioned this before, is up about 100%. Very exciting. The credentials of students applying to Maine Law are among the highest ever. And with the wonderful work of our admissions office, through some just great vision from Director Carrie Wilchusen, we're building excitement for the practice of law and for law-related jobs with our Maine high schools through the Maine pipeline programs, including a wonderful event at the Bangor Judicial Center with many thanks to Justice Mead, an event at at the law school's home at the Maine Center in Portland that drew 87 students from 11 local schools, and an upcoming event in Presque Isle. And I'll move quickly to fundraising. Following the board's approval of our fundraising campaign, we're off to a terrific start. In the silent phase of the campaign, donations are strong in multiple categories. Later this year, we will dedicate several spaces in the 304th Street area in honor of dedicated donations. And at the same time, both the annual fund and the donations in support of Maine Law's faculty have been very successful. And as part of our alumni outreach, which is made possible by the Small Campus Initiative, we'll be gathering with Maine alumni on February 28th in Fort Kent, and we will be greeting President Hedin and enjoying the Can-Am dog sledding competition all at the same time. There's a lot going on at Maine Law. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it seems appropriate then we turn to University of Maine at Fort Kent, President and Dean.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. So first of all, some really great news around our winter Thor course. Again, Thor stands for Tourism, Hospitality, and Outdoor Recreation minor. And this year, the course had 20 students in it and had a waiting list. So that is amazing. A couple years ago when the course was open, there were 12 students. So a nice increase. 5 of our institutions were represented, had students represented at the winter course. The course took place the week of January 12th. And again, some of the things that they engaged in, the winter outdoor activities that are just within like walking distance from the university: cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, downhill and snowboarding, ice fishing, biathlon, shooting, and dog sledding. And it also included instruction and discussions from small business owners in the outdoor recreation business segment. So that was super exciting. We're also thrilled to see our enrollment is up this spring. Headcount is up 10.2%, and credit hour generation 16.1%. So we're pleased to see that during spring semester. Again, just like Lee was talking about, the Can-Am is coming up soon on February 28th, Saturday 28th, and we will be having our open house from 11 to 1. So please work your way up north and join us for the Can-Am Winter Wonderland experience and watching the dogs mush. And the next piece I want to talk about, of course, winter related. It's always neat when our students return in January because they bring their snow machines. And so now we have snowmobiles scattered around campus, and some of them ride their snowmobiles over to the dining hall for lunch. And then right behind our campus, they have the heritage trails that go on for hundreds and hundreds of miles. So it is perfect for them to have their snowmobiles here. And then last, tomorrow night, we're thrilled. Basketball games, home games tomorrow night. UMPI versus UMFK. So we're looking forward to playing UMPI in the basketball games tomorrow night. Thank you.
Big competition. So, Ray, UMPI. President
Thank you.
Bryce.
I kind of wish that I had followed after President Franny Mundy, because I don't know half of those tools and that she was talking about developing, but I am reading Operation Hail Mary, and there's characters in that use scientific equipment like that. So anyways, I did want to note a couple of areas here. One on enrollment growth. Again, we're seeing just wonderful enrollment growth at 40% over last spring at this time. That includes over 170 students starting in the Masters of Science and Business program, the graduate program, which is looking to expand its concentrations this coming semester. We have multiple new programs coming on board this semester, especially happy to have the partnerships continuing with University of Maine at Farmington, which is adding a new program and a certificate, I believe, or maybe 2 new programs in our certificate. And of course, UMFK with the RN to BSN, which is starting this spring as well. And kind of going along with that, there's been a lot of talk in higher education about the imbalance between men and women enrolled in colleges. Very interesting, very pleased to see the EuroPace program which maintains almost a perfect 50-50 split in most demographic categories, so most age categories. In regards to men and women enrolled in the program, and really looking to maintain that split as we continue to grow that program nationally. Couple other things happening. One, we're very pleased that the dental lab construction is being finished up, maybe even ahead of schedule, which you can't often say in regards to supply chain stuff happening. So that means the dental assistant program, which is UMA's program on our campus, will begin in the fall. I'm already having people in the community saying, "Are you guys going to start a hygienist program with that too?" So I'm just putting that idea up there for President Cushman to be thinking about that. As you know, we'll have the equipment, so see how the assistant goes, and maybe help the county with hygienists as well. And then last, I did want to note on a more somber note, but a really important one. We were really proud. This was made possible by Professor Sean Graham and the Psychology Club brought the film Inhumane to its first showing in Aroostook County, and I think north of Bangor, which is a really important and painful documentary to watch, but really important one about documenting what happened with the homeless encampment there in Bangor, and really touches on the issues of the unhoused and how chronic and severe those issues are across the state of Maine, not just in Bangor, but well beyond, and of course nationally. So great conversations, great coverage. Really happy to see the BDN covering that story as well. So good to see our students so active and involved in such important issues.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for those very substantive reports. They were very interesting. It's a great chance for us to hear some of the good news from the campuses. Before we move on, I would like to spend just a second honoring Carl Turner, who passed away this week. Carl was an extraordinary public servant, a state legislator, a longtime board member, and Ryan frequently refers to initiatives that he began during his tenure as FFT chair. He'll be sorely missed, an enormously important Mainer. Just wanted to honor him and have all of us share in that. Very special moment. And moving on to the mundane, we know we live in very challenging times. The higher education landscape is changing, the economic realities, all the kinds of issues we confront mean we need to spend more time as a board having conversations about those emerging issues and what to do about them. And as a result, the board has decided that we will move more, given the strengths of our committees and the due diligence that they do, we will move more items onto the consent agenda in order to free up time during our meetings to have engagement and discussion on key issues of concern. And I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. There still is the opportunity for board members to take something off a consent agenda to debate it, assuming that we move forward with one little tweak that Trustee Alexander will walk us through.
Thank you very much. The Policy Review Subcommittee took a look at this document. This is not a policy, it's a standard operating procedure. It's the board deciding what the board wants to do. And we can adopt this, should we choose to do so, by a vote today in final form. We've amended this in the last year or so, and this amendment is designed to make one additional change to those we've done previously. If you look on the list of things that under our standard operating procedure should not be included in consent agendas, we recommend one change, and that is the elimination of the new and substantively amended academic programs. All the other items on that list remain as those that should not be on the consent agenda. This will allow the committees, ASA in particular, to make a decision about this. I anticipate we will still see some of these programs on the regular agenda. There may be a very good public reason to bring it forward, explain it, and have a vote on it. There may be a dispute about the nature of whether we should approve it, or whatever the reason is, the committee will have the authority to put it on or leave it into the consent agenda as it sees fit. We also have retained the provision that we added, which would allow any trustee, whether they are on the committee or not, to alert the chair and the board office of the desire to move something off consent and on the regular agenda. So procedurally, I think we're covered with respect to what any due process would argue for here. But by adding this provision to the document, we've given more discretion to the chair and the committee about what it thinks needs to be debated, decided, and voted on in our general agenda. So I don't know if you, Trish, read the proposed resolution, or if there are any other questions. I'd be happy.
Let's go to questions first. Any questions for trustee Alexander? Comments or concerns? We'll go right to the resolution then. That the Board of Trustees approves the final version of the edited standard operating procedure on consent agenda items being forwarded by the board committee as provided, excuse me, at the January 2026 board meeting materials in final form. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Alexander, seconded by trustee Kane. Clerk will call the roll since we're on Zoom.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Alexander,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Eames,
Yes.
trustee Flood,
Yes.
trustee Loring,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Macon,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Michaud,
Yes.
trustee Johnson, trustee Moore,
Yes.
trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
trustee Worth.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. We were sorry not to be able to be in person at the University of Maine, to hear the University of Maine presentation and to meet with students as they requested and with our student reps, but we now have a new student rep who's been with us all meeting, and I would turn to President Rice to introduce her.
Thank you, Chair Riley. I'm very pleased to introduce Aspen Mitchell. Maybe can wave in Zoom land here, and apologies, we're not in person for me to do the introduction. Very pleased. He's been with student government and serving in multiple roles on campus as well. And very glad that he's been confirmed to join this group. Just a couple of little details. Proud graduate of Mount Abram High School, and I know he's done some good work in the Carabasset Valley and knows an awful lot about skiing. So he brings that expertise to our area up here, which certainly has enough snow these days to warrant that. So again, very pleased to have Aspen joining us, and he'll fill out the entire term, the entirety of the term. Very
Great.
important.
Well, let's see if we can make that happen. That the Board of Trustees approves the appointment of the student representative to the Board of Trustees as presented. Moved by
So moved.
Second.
trustee Vicious, seconded by trustee Kane. Clerk will call the roll.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Alexander,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Eames,
Yes.
trustee Flood,
Yes.
trustee Loring,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Macon,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Michaud,
Yes.
trustee Moore,
Yes.
trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
trustee Worth,
Yes.
trustee Johnson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great. Aspen, thank you for being with us, and we look forward to meeting you in person at the March meeting. We now turn to tab 3. You've all seen the fossil fuel policy update. When we passed the resolution to become fossil fuel free, some of us decried that it was that we had until 2030 to do so, but it's already 2026. So, Kelly Martin, do you want to say anything and introduce Kelly? Where's Kelly? Trustee Martin?
Sorry about that. I'm slow on the mute button. So, Beth, has Kelly joined us?
I don't see her. Is Tracy on?
Yeah, I did see Tracy.
Okay, I think
Yes,
Tracy.
she's joining right now.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So I'd just like to say that we have a fossil fuel policy updated. We usually do this the first meeting of the year, and I believe, Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, it's September to September, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and so Kelly's going to go through the progress, the great progress that we've made on our track to 2030 of fossil fuel divestment.
Great. Hello, Trustee Martin.
There you are.
How are you?
Welcome. So, introduce to you Kelly Regan from NEPC. She's been our consultant and has done a great job on the fossil fuel policy. So, without further ado, right ahead, Trace. Kel.
Sounds good. Thank you, everyone. It's good to be with you today. Let me share my screen for you if I have that availability. Yes, I do. One second here. And I apologize in advance as I have a little bit of a cold, so I'm a little
Here, hope
congested.
you feel okay.
Thank you. I feel fine. I just sound awful. So it's good to be with all of you today. I'm just going to start this presentation on the first page here. As Trustee Martin introduced me, we do this report every year, typically in September. It's designed to update all of you, the board, on the progress of the fossil fuel divestment, and really see how we're achieving the goals that was approved by all of you about 4 years ago now in April of 2022. So we deliver this to you annually. As Trustee Martin alluded to, significant improvement has been made, so I'm really excited to discuss that today. Before I get into the details, just as a reminder, the system has also adopted 2 other impact investing approaches in addition to fossil fuel divestment. They're on this page. The first one is divesting from coal in 2015, and the other is incorporating environmental, social, and governance, or what I call ESG investing, as we select investment managers, and that began in 2016. When we go through the presentation, there's a couple highlights that I'll make. The first is that the fossil fuel exposure is the lowest it has been across all 3 portfolios. Total exposure as of September is about $600,000 across the managed investment pool, pension, and operating fund. So very low exposure. We started in 2016 at $13.2 million of exposure. So that's a pretty significant decline. And even when we look versus this report last year we had about a $4 million exposure. So now we're at 600,000. So pretty proud of the improvements we've made across the portfolios. Some of the improvements, some of the reasons why this exposure has declined. Since we adopted the divestment in 2022, the portfolios have completely eliminated exposure across all equity investments, and that is reflected in this report. Additionally, just so you all are aware, not reflected in this report is that after September of 2025, all fixed income exposure to fossil fuel investments was also eliminated. So when we go through this report, I'm going to be showing you $600,000 of exposure to fossil fuels. If we looked at it as of December, it'd be about $89,000 exposure to fossil fuels. So pretty much negligible exposure. There's only one investment across all 3 portfolios that remains that does have exposure to fossil fuels. But again, this won't be in this report just because this is stamped as of September. So just moving forward here, we have detailed on the left-hand side just the percentages of fossil fuel exposure across each individual portfolio, as well as when we look at it combined in the total. And on the right-hand side, we put it into dollar terms, again, across each individual portfolio, as well as the total. These darker blue bars that are the higher bars represents 2016, the first year that we really started measuring fossil fuel exposure. And the lighter blue bars are last year. And these are the same numbers that we reported to the board last year, and the light blue bars, and then the green bars as of this September of 2025. So here on the left chart, what you can see is that each individual portfolio, the MIP, the pension, the operating fund, has declined in terms of percentage to fossil fuel exposure. We went from 2.5% over here in the total column of exposure to fossil fuels all the way down to 0.1% as of this year. So pretty dramatic decline over the last, call it, almost 10 years. I think an important takeaway is that all three portfolios have had significant decline since 2016. And another one is if we look at the MIP portfolio here, they've seen the most significant, that portfolio has seen the most significant decline. And you can barely even see the green bar now because there's very little exposure to fossil fuels in the managed investment pool. On the right-hand side here, again, this is looking at dollar terms across the three portfolios as well as the total allocation. If you look at the green bars, the operating fund as of September is the one portfolio that had the highest remaining exposure to fossil fuels. It was about $400,000 of exposure. But most of this exposure really comes to one fixed income manager that was in the portfolio as of September. That manager has been replaced with a fossil fuel free manager, and that this exposure would go down if we ran this forward another quarter. So overall, you can see total exposure has gone down from that 13.8 million in 2016, a little over 4 million when we looked at this last year, down to about 600,000. And again, if I roll that number forward, 89,000 as of year end. So a lot of progress has been made and very little exposure to fossil fuels. If I move to the next page here and talk about next steps, this resolution was passed in 2022. Back in when the board passed this resolution, the University of Maine system immediately divested from any direct fossil fuel exposure where we could, and so that goal was accomplished. The second goal is stating that the University of Maine system needs to divest from actively managed, commingled, and mutual fund investments by 2030. And so, as I mentioned, there is only one manager left in all three portfolios that has that exposure. So we have made significant progress to achieving that goal by 2030, and we're just starting in 2026. So the next steps for myself working with NEPC is to really work with the University of Maine System Investment Committee to try to achieve those goals by 2030. As I mentioned, there's only one investment left with exposure. That's a hedge fund manager. So I will continue to assess options in the marketplace and continue to work with the investment committee on evaluating options to further reduce the fossil fuels. Overall, it's important that, I want you all to be aware that we're going to continue to use good investment principles when evaluating the next steps, and just want to make sure that any changes in the three portfolios continue to meet the portfolio's return goal and then also satisfy all of our fiduciary duty. There's additional materials in the back of the presentation that just summarizes each individual portfolio, the underlying investments, and where the exposure is. But to stay on time here, I'll stop here and just see if there's any questions from the board.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. And if you could take your slides down so we can see them.
Okay.
Great. I can't see everybody, Beth. Any questions or concerns? I don't- I need to see everybody. Emily. It's
I
Trustee
was just
Kane.
gonna say that this is really interesting and helpful, and it is, again, thinking back 6 years now of the public hearings we used to have with people coming and testifying, and what a thoughtful response this has been, and it's great we can track it and be able to tell that story effectively. So I wanted to say thank you for this work and for the clarity of the presentation.
And I liked her last
Thank you,
comment.
Emily.
We've done the fossil fuel divestment at the same time, making sure that our investments are strong, and it's a win-win.
Exactly.
Any other questions? Yeah, Professor Otto.
This kind of ties in because that divestment role by the board was really for the investments at the board level or at the system level. And there's been some conversation with the faculty with our retirement contribution plan of saying, why can't we have this same type of investment strategy and kind of moving away from the fossil fuel as the default position. So I just wanted to point it out there that there's interest in this. We'll probably bring more to the board members and the investment committee, but I just wanted to put it out there since this seemed like a perfect situation too.
Okay. Any other comment or question? Seeing none, thank you to the Kellys.
Thank you for having me.
I want to thank Kelly and also Tracy Elliott and the investment committee. A lot of hard work here. Appreciate your guidance and the great presentation today, Kelly.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your meeting, everyone. It's good to see you all.
Get better.
Bye.
Bye. We are now at the consent agenda, which, as noted, we've moved up earlier.
Thank you, Trish. I move for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda items, acceptance of the minutes and honorary degrees. The consent agenda items are tabs 4, 5, and 6 in the meeting materials. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Michoud. Can the clerk call the roll, please?
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Macon,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson, Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you very much. Let's move on to tab 7, the Chancellor's update. Chancellor Malloy.
Nice to be with you again this afternoon. We can run through some of this fairly quickly. We were happy to recommend see our students return. Unfortunately, we did lose one student to a car accident earlier this semester at the University of Maine. Having said that, off to a great spring semester, dead of winter, but spring semester. Obviously, we're very happy with the numbers that we have shared with the public. Obviously, we have to wait until a little bit longer to make sure that those numbers are in fact correct and will be when we reach the census period of time of measurement. Happy to see those things. I would also say that each of our universities is deep in investing in not only online subject matter, our presentation, but also I think a very serious look at each of our universities of what they are offering, whether it's meeting the market, whether it is timely any longer, and the like. Very proud to see this team work together the way they do. and quite frankly, how the presidents support one another and the vice chancellors as well. And that's a good sign for what we're invested in, which is growing our programs, giving a great education, and doing it in a collegial way amongst our universities. We hope we're not competing with one another, but we're supporting one another, and very proud of that moving forward. I should also note that we have some very exciting news on the sports side, which we'll be discussing today with respect to UMA and UMFK, with respect to joining the NCAA, which I think would be a exciting change for both of those universities, sends a great message about the importance of athletics at our universities, and you'll be hearing about that, but very much support that movement of those two universities. Back to spring enrollment, I think what I would like to do is call on Jeff to give a report in somewhat greater detail. Jeff?
Thank you, Chancellor. Spring enrollment update for the trustees, and as the Chancellor mentioned, census report will come out on February 15 and be available to all of you shortly after that. The numbers in board materials were updated last Friday to get you the most current numbers possible in advance of today's meeting, so they're slightly different than what you're seeing in your materials. We're up 1.8% system-wide on head count year over year, and we're up 2.6% year over year on credit hours. As you heard, understandably, from the presidents who had good news to share on this subject, several of them already offering these updates. UMPI, Farmington, Fort Kent, Maine Law, all up on enrollment year over year this spring. And also importantly, from Sam's good media release from last week, University of Maine is up in doctoral seeking students, as is University of Southern Maine. And University of Maine at Augusta has seen an increase in master's seeking students and in students pursuing associate's degrees. The ASA trustees will recall a number of associate's programs coming through from UMA in the last couple of years, and in most cases, low cost, wonderful in reaching adult degree completers. So across the board, we're seeing really good advancement by our universities. That holds true in the area of transfer as well. Farmington almost doubled the number of spring transfer students last spring to this spring. Fort Kent transfer students as of last Friday up 22% over the previous spring. USM also up slightly in transfer students year over year. And just to put the continued force of your pace in perspective for the trustees, in spring of 22, there were 91 spring transfer students enrolled at Presque Isle, 91. 4 years later, spring of 26, there are 733 spring transfer students, overwhelmingly your pace students coming in at the University of Maine at Presque Isle. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about challenges, because I would get in trouble with the chair. I don't like to get in trouble with Chair Riley, so I'm going to offer up some challenges as well. The first one you all already know. The enrollment cliff is no longer a prospective threat to us. We're in it, or now on it. We are fully in the enrollment cliff period, predicted over a dozen years ago by demographers regionally and nationally. And that will be a continuing challenge for us over the next several years. And I think most of you know the math on that pretty well at this point. I would also note international students, for a number of different reasons, will be an important group that we're tracking with respect to fall enrollment, but also enrollment in ongoing terms. What is the climate for international students? How are they feeling about coming to study in the United States, and in particular at our universities? And then somewhat relatedly, out-of-state undergraduate students. I think most trustees know our principal out-of-state domestic sources of undergraduate students, Massachusetts, followed by New Hampshire, followed by Connecticut. These states and their systems are responding to the demographic cliff themselves by upping their offers, going after their own students more aggressively. And so we will continue to be competing and in some cases even more, I think, directly and heartily with those states for students that we seek to attract both to our flagship and elsewhere within our system. I would note finally that I did inquire for two of our enrollment professionals in the system. Is it too early to give an update on fall 2026 enrollment in January? The first person frowned and said, yes, it is too early. And the second person frowned and said, what is wrong with you? So I will wait until March, Chair Riley, to offer an update on fall 2026 enrollment. And again, the full report for spring will be available to all of you after February 15 of this a few weeks from now. I'm happy to answer any questions that the
Great.
trustees may have.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor St. John. Questions? Let's see. Okay.
If there are none, we should feel good, I guess, about getting a collective bargaining agreement with the students. I think I'll turn it over to Carolyn to walk us through it a little bit.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. So Chair Riley and trustees, before you today is the tentative agreement that we reached with the Graduate Student Worker Union. It was ratified by that group on December 17th with a 99.3% of that group voting in favor of the 3-year agreement. So we are extremely pleased to have come to a tentative agreement with the student workers, and the agreement is before you today, but what we're asking is actually authorization for the chancellor to finalize the work with the union and the labor relations team. And it is, I believe, tab 8 in your materials.
Well, we're very pleased to see that resolved in the agreement before us. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll read the proposed resolution.
Oh, Chair Riley, I believe Trustee Alexander has it. Yep.
Sorry, Trustee Alexander.
I don't think I understand what you just said, Carolyn. We do not have the agreement in front of us. We are just authorizing certain people to take additional steps to bring a final version to us. Is that what's going to happen?
I will have to check with Beth to see what went into the packet, but the agreement is available. They're working on the final language. The terms of the agreement and the tentative agreement have been made available. They're working on the actual final contract, and what you're doing is allowing the chancellor to move forward with that work and approve him to sign off when it is completed.
So that's our normal
Yes.
process here.
Yeah.
I just beg ignorance.
Yep.
Yes.
It's our
Yep.
normal process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, that the Board of Trustees authorizes the chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the Graduate Student Workers Union, having been voted upon and ratified by the members of the bargaining unit. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Chair Beth will call the roll.
Yes, Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Macon,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
Trustee Worth,
Yes.
motion carries.
Great. Sorry, I'm just multitasking. I want to go back before we move on to the NCAA. There is an announcement from President Cushman about the change of graduation date at UMA.
Yeah, I was going to turn it over to
Oh,
her,
sorry.
so
Okay.
that's what I would like to do.
Yes, thank you. So we have had our graduation. We hold our graduation in the Civic Center because we don't have a space that allows for that. And we've had the same sort of weekend reserved year by year. And so when the system moves to a different schedule in a couple of years, that would mean that we would not be able to accommodate that, since the Civic Center already has things mapped out for multiple years. So we're requesting that we be an exception to the system commencement dates.
Great, and I don't think that takes a motion, does it? No, nope. So just FYI.
I mean, you do set the dates, but
We do.
but you're permitting. My interpretation is you're permitting an exception under the circumstances that would otherwise leave us no place to have that graduation.
How about by consensus, we concur with the president's recommendation?
Very good.
Anything else, Chancellor?
You had asked for discussion of mission statements, I believe.
Oh, yes, we did. Yep.
We have tab 9 and 10 first, if you want to do those. Tab 9 and 10 for NCAA.
That would be permitting both of those universities to move forward with alignment at the NCAA, and overwhelmingly supported by our administration, and puts these universities on a similar stage as the other universities within the system.
Excuse me, the mission statement material is under the Chancellor's update on tab 7. So I didn't know if we skipped that or what we're doing with that.
On my agenda, it's tab, is it?
It's after tab 10 on mine.
Yeah.
It's bounced up as a result of the changes that needed to be accommodated for this meeting to take place the way it is. Things were moved around a bit. I'm not trying to dodge anything.
No. We'll get there. We'll get there next. We need to do the NCAA, and we'll start
Thank
with.
you. That's fine.
Trustee Cates.
Thank you. I don't know if we're going to get a presentation on this NCAA or not. My questions might get answered by presentation. If there is none, then I just ask it.
The materials were submitted in the board packet. I don't believe they were going to do a presentation, but happy to answer any questions. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I know, but I'm not really sure. Why are we doing this, and what is the difference between the NCAA Division III that we are going to and the association we were previously part of up until now? Why the move, and what are the advantages from your perspective?
May I just ask, Jen, were you prepared to give just a little bit of an overview right now of something?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like us to both share our bits? We've prepared short little pieces that may help to answer all of your questions.
I have questions as well. I think that would be helpful.
because we're prepared to do that. So Jen.
We did read the materials, but I think there's lots of questions, so.
Sure.
Should I go ahead and start then?
Please.
Okay,
yes.
good. Yeah. So we are requesting the Board of Trustees authorize UMA to apply formally to join the NCAA Division III level and enter a multi-year provisional period until the campus is voted as an active member, which would go into effect on September 1st following the 4th provisional year. So it's a bit of a time. This transition aligns with our mission of serving all populations. It would be attractive to potential students to be NCAA student athletes, and it presents an opportunity to enhance the experience for all student athletes at UMA. And a number of other institutions within the system are already part of the NCAA. It puts us in alignment, and we have insight into what that would mean for our university.
Jen, if it's all right with you, I would make the following comment as well. It is a more attractive alignment for incoming students who want to be student athletes at these two universities.
Correct.
It will benefit the attraction of good athletes, and so that's a very important part of it. And then on top of that is the fact that our schools will find it easier to play one another. Deb, do you want to give us?
Oh, okay, Deb, you want to do, and then we'll do questions of both of you?
Yeah, sure. So UMFK is requesting the endorsement for its NCAA Division III membership application by the Board of Trustees. The NCAA's Division III philosophy prioritizes educational outcomes, student engagement, and ethical competition. These principles are consistent with UMFK's emphasis on student development, institutional integrity, and a balanced collegiate experience. Participation at the Division III level would reinforce UMFK's commitment to providing student athletes with opportunities to excel both academically and athletically, while contributing positively to the campus and surrounding community. The transition to NCAA Division III will have positive campus impact in 4 critical areas. 1, same association as other UMS universities. 2, increase campus enrollment. 3, financial savings. And 4, most importantly, less travel time and more in-class time for student athletes. Thank you for considering our request.
Trustee Cates, you may begin.
Yeah, thanks. So I gotta say, I'm sorry, but I don't even know what category we're in now. What association are you asking us to change from to go to NCAA?
We're currently in the USCAA, the United States Collegiate Athletic Association, in the Northeast. Yeah, I guess it's called Yankee Conference.
Okay, so I get the fact that it's much more recognizable. I've never heard of that other one before. And secondly, I think we've heard this before, that it should help us cut down on travel costs because there are more NCAA Division III schools around that we can compete with. From a financial perspective, is the dues structure much different? I think President Hedin say there are financial advantages as well. What would those be?
So for us, some of the financial differences, because we'll have more in-state games, we're traveling less out of state, which is huge for us. Plus, NCAA, as you move further into the competitions, they also provide financial support for some of that work. So there's some really nice incentives there as well.
Great, thank you.
President Rice?
If this helps too, I can say, because as members of NCAA Division III, Farmington and Presque Isle, we benefit from the fact that there is a substantial surplus. I'm on the President's Council of NCAA Division III presidents. And so our schools have not paid to be in the North Atlantic Conference for 3 years now, and that will continue probably for at least another 2 years. So there's a savings right there from leaving a lesser known organization and going into a much more well-known, much more financially stable organization at this point in time with NCAA Division III.
If I might, Roger, the athletes know the difference. And almost universally, they would prefer to be in an NCAA program. Again, I think that will help us attract additional athletes.
Can we speak more about the cost? Because isn't it, there are dues, I see that. But do you need more coaches? Isn't it true that being an NCAA 3, you have to have additional sports? You have to offer more sports than you now offer? I mean, what are the costs here?
So I'm happy to start with that a little bit. So that's why over time we've been adding baseball, softball. We'll be adding men's golf in the fall and cross country. Also, and we've done the pro forma sheets for budget on each of those sports, and they do cover their costs, but it also, in terms of recruiting, it's giving student enrollment to our university. So there's that win opportunity for us. But we had to show and prove that we could cover the costs with adding these additional sports, and we're able to.
And at UMA, we've also been adding sports gradually, and we're very close to the NCAA requirement for that.
Both of you added baseball, I think, right? Or some. Is there any proof that it increased enrollment? Do you know that we have more baseball players coming?
We have a full team of baseball, and now we're recruiting for softball. And as you've noted, our enrollments have been going up each year, both fall and spring.
And Jen?
Yes, we have seen athletes come specifically for baseball and softball, for example.
And will we be able to play all the Division III? You know, I know Division I has these, I don't know what it has different leagues within it. Will we be playing Bates, Bowdoin, Colby, and all the other Division III schools in Maine?
Well, that remains as an outstanding question. Unless we're in the league, it's hard to answer that in the affirmative, but that's our expectation.
But how do we know it'll save money on travel if we don't know who we're playing?
Well, there'll be more playing and within our system as one of the steps. So we will now be competing with one another, or certain of our universities where they might not have otherwise been, or it would not have counted towards.
But we didn't want to compete.
Well, wait a minute. In sports, you're supposed to compete.
Ray may have additional thoughts on it. His hand is still up, I see, and he.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ray.
Well, he just has more experience with all of this
Yep.
than we do joining at the moment.
No, I can give a bit of historical perspective. When I was interim president, UMPI started the process that these two institutions are looking to start now. And we did increase our enrollments of athletes by about 35% as a result of this process, and filled out the rosters in baseball and softball, in particularly because we joined the conference. Another critical point in answer to who you would play, they're petitioning to join the North Atlantic Conference of the NCAA Division III. That conference has agreements to play all those schools you just mentioned, Chair Riley. So not every year, but for instance, men's basketball at UMPI plays Bates virtually every year, and then rotates either Bowdoin or Colby depending upon the scheduling. But so you have far more in state games, and those are teams that UMA and UMFK would not be available to play on a regular basis like we are at this point in time. So it does give more schools. And then you would play MMA twice, you would play Thomas twice, you would play Hudson twice, etc., as well as the two Vermont state schools in northern Vermont, and as well as two of the SUNY schools. So you're guaranteed a full slate of athletic games for all of those sports that are covered. So that also is what settles the issues of travel, because right now, for instance, UMFK, to fill out a schedule, has to travel out to the west and spend thousands of dollars in travel, which my institution no longer has to do because we left an independent group within a different conference. So it has made it very much stabilized the costs of my athletic program. We have not had to raise the budgets of the athletic program since we joined the NAC conference, and then we've also seen significant increases in enrollments due to that.
Great advocate. Trustee Martin.
I'm looking at this, and I'm the last couple of years, bus drivers are really hard to come by. So it's nice to be able to have transport within the state of Maine. I mean, some of these teams that were playing, when I think of UMFK, they can drive down to Virginia. That takes, you wear out your bus drivers doing long trips like that, and it's nice to see that we could actually have that competition, more competition in the state of Maine. So I think this is a great proposal.
Any other concerns or questions? Seeing none, we have two separate resolutions. That the Board of Trustees authorizes the Chancellor to execute, that the Board of Trustees authorizes the University of Maine at Augusta to formally apply to join NCAA Division III level and enter into a multi-year provisional period under the NCAA until the campus is voted into the division as an active member, which will go into effect on September 1 following the fourth provisional year. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Kane. Clerk will take the roll.
Trustee Riley,
Only because it gets everybody in Maine, yes.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Macon, Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, and now we'll move on to Fort Kent, that the Board of Trustees authorizes the University of Maine at Fort Kent to formally apply to join the NCAA Division III level and enter into a multi-year provisional period under the NCAA until the campus is voted into the division as an active member, which will go into effect on September 1 following the fourth provisional year. Moved by Trustee
So moved.
Michaud, seconded by
Second.
Trustee Kane. Beth?
Trustee Riley,
Yep.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yeah.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Now we turn to the mission statements, and we wanted to take a look at the mission statements of each university as one, as opposed to seeing each of you separately. In part as a result of our vision from the retreat to sort of focus on the distinctive universities that make up the system. And we wanted to take as a starting point and a better understanding of those missions. And is each president, I mean, how are we going to do this?
I did ask that each of the presidents be prepared to sort of answer 3 questions, and I go geographically, so don't miss someone and start with Fort Kent, but that means Deb has to go first all the time, so I guess I would leave that up to her.
And let me,
Oh, I see.
Alexander, do you have something before we start?
I do. I'm a little concerned about the process here, about taking a look at these mission statements. I don't think the board should be amending them or
no.
talking about changing them. And until we have some sense of system-wide priorities, I'm having a hard time looking at individual mission statements. So I think this is useful to have these in front of us. We took them out of the board policy book and strengthened the UMS mission statement and left that in our policy book. And the reason we did that is because we expected the universities to align their mission statements with the system's
Right,
overall
let me interrupt you,
policies.
because I want to be, maybe I didn't set this up right.
Okay,
The point is
I'm confused.
The point is not to approve them, the point is not to change them. The point was, as we move to those criteria, one of the things we talk about is a system of distinctive universities.
Yes.
Do these mission statements help inform us about the distinctiveness of each university? And so it's an educational activity to understand where they are now. As a level setting. So do we start with Fort Kent? What did you decide, Carol?
Well, I think that would work, but I just want to make sure that the trustees feel it's an appropriate time for the presentations before we begin.
We had a number of board members who wanted to see this, so
Okay.
unless anybody wants to change that.
Okay.
All right. President Hadeen, are you?
Okay, sure. Chair Riley and trustees. First, I'd like to start with UMFK's unique qualities. We are a university that is small by design, values its diverse student population, takes pride in its experiential learning and career-focused mission, and embraces its northern location and beautiful setting to live, learn, and work. Our motto, Life at UMFK, which stands for Learn, Innovate, Find, and Engage. The UMFK strategic plan is a culmination of work from 2021 to 2024. Faculty and staff at UMFK revised the 2016 to 2022 UMFK strategic framework to align with the University of Maine System Strategic Plan 2023 to 2028. The UMS and UMFK strategic plans have guided and framed our work as a campus community. The UMFK strategic plan includes 6 focus areas with strategies and indicators of success, and includes alignment to NETCHI accreditation standards and the UMS strategic plan. Our strategic plan is the result of a shared governance process as demonstrated by our work during campus development days. And we are prepared either later this spring or early next fall to bring our strategic plan forward for, I guess, final approval by the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
What we're looking for is where are the distinctive elements of each university, if you can focus on that, but
I believe I did in my
you
unique
did.
qualities. And those unique qualities are within our mission statement.
Okay. Carolyn, you're gonna be the ringmaster here?
Okay, how about President Rice?
I hope you're heading gradually south through your choices there, Carolyn. I will note that the board, again, and my thanks for the board for reviewing our current strategic plan 2028. What you'll see is that highlights our unique position as an institution that's a regional institution in regards to providing essential programming, training, and graduates for Aroostook County, and a little bit less, but throughout the entire state of Maine, but especially its unique role in delivering competency-based education that is at a national scale. So our strategic plan highlights that kind of Renee Brown would call it the paradoxical moment of higher education, in which an institution really has to be able to do both A and B rather than just A or B. So as you can see from our strategic plan, that is now the one that is we're working under, is we provide that national based degree completion programming, especially growingly through partnerships with other institutions in the system, as you've already heard me report on, while at the same time providing the unique and really essential graduates that Aroostook County, as well as the adjoining areas of New Brunswick and Canada and some of the other areas really need. So that's kind of our strengths, both very regionally and nationally. What we also did in our strategic plan, as you can note, is we intentionally aligned and showed where our goals align with the University of Maine System strategic plan. All 5 major areas were particularly aligned in that regard and intentionally aligned. We also recommended small changes to our mission and vision, which actually hold, I think, in the main for our current role as a institution of higher education, but do recommend a shortened mission. The current one, I think, is too lengthy, and again, a slightly adjusted vision to incorporate fully competency-based education and its national and international platform.
President Freeney-Mundy?
Thank you. Our mission statement is also quite long and has been in place for some time. In fact, there are a couple of different versions of it as one looks across. Our primary strategic document has been the Strategic Vision and Values document released in really several years ago, and our current activity, the strategic re-envisioning of the University of Maine and our regional campus, UMaine Machias, is the source for any revisions that we would put forward going forward, mainly a shortening of our vision statement. I will add 3 specific areas of focus that are 4 actually that are coming out of that strategic re-envisioning work. One is a full-blown academic portfolio program review that is underway now. Another is a research portfolio review, similarly underway. An administrative excellence committee that has been established, and then an accelerator for looking at some of our very strong areas as an example to bring together what we're doing on the cutting edge in advanced manufacturing and in AI and in workforce development in the areas of structures and composites, so that we can make a model for how we can move more nimbly when these things converge into new areas of need. All of those areas are doing their final report outs in the coming weeks, and actions are underway in those areas that will then inform some revision of our strategic vision and values document to be updated, aligned with the strategic re-envisioning work. We are distinctive in that we are a land grant university, which also has become a space and sea grant university over the years. We are the only public R1 university in the state of Maine, and that brings with it a breadth of expectation, really, that we will be internationally competitive and known in our areas of research and creative activity. So that is a distinction for us that we work to sustain. And part of our strategic re-envisioning has brought forward the notion of becoming known as a learner-centered R1 university, which is turning out to be a pretty fruitful set of discussions, because we want to combine our deep commitment to our learners, our excellence in teaching and instruction, with the fact that we are a research university that is thriving at the highest levels. And how does that get integrated together? And again, more examples that will become more central in our next round of statements. As for the University of Maine at Machias, the regional campus of the University of Maine has long been focused on its coastal location and the integration of its coastal location with its mission and its focus on working together with communities there through R&D and instruction and student engagement. UMaine Machias is a part of the strategic re-envisioning, and now as a part of the University of Maine, the work is integrated into our strategic vision and values work. But primarily then the distinctions that I think we would put forward for UMaine Machias are that it has an undergraduate focus very clearly. It is committed to preparing its students for careers. And then, as I mentioned, the integration with the coastal mission is very evident in the programming and activity that they're doing there.
All right, President Cushman.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to highlight the distinctive mission of the University of Maine at Augusta. I'll focus on where we are with our mission and strategic plan, how we see UMA within the broader University of Maine system, and how our distinctive strengths inform that role across the system. Our mission statement has served us for over a decade. It is UMA transforms the lives of students of every age and background across the state of Maine and beyond through access to high quality distance and on-site education, excellent student support and civic engagement, and innovative professional and liberal arts programs. That mission is our why, and it underpins every strategic decision we make. Our strategic plan follows this mission, as well as our 60-year history of helping adult learners enter or return to the workforce, especially in critical areas for the state, and a lot of the time through distance and in-person education. So last spring, committees with representation from across the university focused on revisiting each section of our 2020 to 2025 strategic plan and asked what have we not yet accomplished and what is still relevant or needed given the drastic changes since 2020. So over the summer, based on feedback from the committees and surveys, the plan was revised, the original 20 to 2025, including refinement of the 5 existing strategic areas and the addition of a new one. So our strategic areas are now strengthen student success, transform lives, advance academics, enhance marketing and recruitment, cultivate reputation and resources, and our new one, strive for efficiency and sustainability. This fall, we conducted final surveys that led to final revisions of the plan, and that plan was endorsed by senior leadership last week, and we're now in the next phase. So in February, we will be seeking endorsement from cabinet and shared governance groups. So as our mission, history, and strategic plan make clear, and as our priorities this year reflect, we organize UMA's distinctiveness within the system around 3 core areas in support of our history and mission, and as evidenced in many ways by my remarks in the President's Round Robin. So throughout our 60 years, UMA has been committed to access to education for all populations, meeting Maine's workforce needs, both of that through advancing innovative educational technologies. And this is all with a focus on transforming lives. So first, access is foundational to who we are. We meet students where they are, both online and in person across multiple locations throughout the state. We try to reduce barriers to education for all populations. For example, we lead the system in early college participation. We still serve a high population of adult learners. Only about 39% of our students are traditional age. And we prioritize support for all populations, including veterans, neurodiverse students, justice impacted, and transfer students. We're also intentionally increasing our traditional age student population in targeted workforce programs. Because, second of all, we are still focused on meeting Maine's workforce needs. We deliver high demand workforce aligned programs in critical areas like aviation, architecture, dental education, cybersecurity, and allied health. These programs are closely connected to employer and state needs and are designed to be accessible to both traditional and non-traditional learners. And finally, we advance that work through innovative educational technologies to meet both access and workforce needs. For example, our aircraft maintenance program incorporates virtual reality to help train our students. Over half of UMA's credit hours are delivered online, and we continue to be recognized nationally for supporting especially online and military students. This year, we're up in US News and World Report's top 100 for online undergraduate bachelors, online undergraduate business, and veterans bachelors. And we invest strategically in innovative educational technologies, including our new Capital Center, our cybersecurity infrastructure, centralized technology strategies, and recent grants that we've received to support our engagement in especially artificial intelligence and virtual reality. We are intentionally preparing students for a future shaped by emerging technologies, which is why we sought the Davis Education Grant to explore AI and VR. And I do want to acknowledge and thank the Chancellor for the system level support for AI as well. Finally, we do all of this work to transform lives. That transformation of individuals, families, and communities is the through line connecting our mission, our strategic plan, and our role within the system. UMA expands opportunity, supports economic mobility, embraces educational technologies, and strengthens Maine workforce in ways that directly advance the University of Maine system's broader goals. Thank you.
Thank you. President McDonald.
Thank you. Well, we have been working on our strategic plan for the last year, and we submitted it just late last week for the 2026-2029 strategic plan. UMF is the oldest public university in Maine. We started as a normal school, training teachers for Maine, and we have stayed true to that original mission. Premier teacher education and public liberal arts are our two main focus areas. As I look at education, at the undergraduate level, it's more than a third of our students. At the graduate level, it's about 85% of our students. It is half of our credit hours. So training teachers for Maine, which is a huge workforce need, is our primary focus. We do it with early childhood education in our Sweat Winter Lab School. Elementary education is our largest program. Middle, secondary, special education, graduate education in such areas as math education, leadership, special education are all part of our programs. And we are increasingly reaching out to ed techs to try to provide more workforce for Maine education. The second area is liberal arts. Of course, anytime you are training teachers, you're training them in the liberal arts because that is what they will be teaching. But we also have a reputation as a public liberal arts university. We have a few distinctive programs there. We have the only undergraduate program in creative writing, the only program in actuarial science, and the only one in business and outdoor recreation. As AI becomes more ubiquitous, I think the liberal arts, or certainly the liberal art skills that are developed, are going to become more relevant. Issues like critical thinking and problem solving collaboration and teamwork, creativity and innovation, communication, data analysis, inquiry and curiosity. These are all the skills that students get at a university like Farmington, and I think that they are going to be the skills of the future. We are still primarily a residential university, which is becoming a more distinctive feature as online really has been the growth area throughout the system. And I would say teaching. We are not a wannabe R1. Our focus is on teaching, and teaching matters at this university. Our students are largely attracted to the university obviously for our specialty programs, particularly education, but they're also attracted to it based on the size of the university and our sense of community. Those are the two things that students will say over and over as to why they were attracted to UMF. The other thing that I think we have to think about in terms of our distinctiveness is the role that we play in Western Maine. We are an anchor institution in that community. We have the Emory Community Arts Center that serves the entire Western Maine region. We have the Fitness and Recreation Center, our mainly outdoors program, our senior college, Gold Leaf, the Western Maine Chorus, the Chamber, the Rotary, the American Legion, all of these center around the university. And of course, we are intricately tied to the town of Farmington. So Western Maine and UMF are just tied together in terms of our distinctiveness. So thank you.
Thank you. President Edmondson.
Thank you. So the mission statement that is before you was approved by the Board of Trustees in September of 2022, which was in just a few weeks of my arrival as president. So the work on that mission statement happened before I was installed as president at USM. Last year, we worked on our strategic plan, which is focused on people, purpose, and place. It serves as a vision to link the University Maine System Plan with our unit plans and was presented to the board in July of 2025. The department and units across the University of Southern Maine are currently working on their specific plans, and those are due to my office at the end of March 2026. So the University of Southern Maine functions as a primary catalyst for education, growth, cultural development, and workforce sustainability within the state of Maine. We are successfully transitioning from a traditional regional university to one that is an embedded urban-suburban academic hub that serves as the nexus for the University of Maine system's broader objectives. Our current institutional trajectory is marked by significant capital investments in the arts, by data-driven alignment with workforce requirements and economic goals in Maine, and with an unprecedented level of interinstitutional collaboration that facilitates seamless pathways from secondary education to professional practice. With unique assets that include but are not limited to the Osher Map Library and Smith Center for Cartographic Education, the Southworth Planetarium, and the Cutler Institute, we are distinguished among our peers in Northern New England. USM also occupies a unique position within the University of Maine system, defined in part by our location in the state's economic and cultural heart, and by our commitment to an embedded educational model. This means we do not just exist alongside Southern Maine, we're fully integrated into it. Our geographic advantage is a shared asset for the entire system, in part because 80% of Maine's employers are located within 75 miles of one of our campuses. We serve as a critical bridge between academia and the workforce, leveraging our reputation and proximity to create pathways for students and to partner with our sister institutions who wish to connect their graduates with the state's primary professional markets. A vibrant economy requires a vibrant culture. Significant investments in the visual and performing arts, highlighted by the state-of-the-art Crew Center and the recent commitment to the Arts Building in Gorham, are designed to increase the reputation of our academic programs while inviting the community into the university experience. By blending world-class arts resources with robust professional programs, we ensure that the humanity of the humanities remains central to the workforce of the future. Through unified accreditation and a culture of partnership, USM helps to create a more responsive and resilient educational continuum in the state of Maine. The culture of our university thrives on partnership rather than competition, leading and inviting through shared services, academic agreements, and our sister universities, along with the community colleges and the Rue Institute. Collaborative programs also exist in areas that include education, nursing, GIS, business, engineering, cybersecurity, among others. Finally, and most importantly, the student experience at USM offers a rare combination: the intimate relationship-driven faculty mentorship of a small residential college, paired with the experiences, career possibilities, and applied research opportunities of a major urban university. Whether serving first-generation students, degree completers, or career-bound interns, we provide a high-value education that results in low student debt and immediate professional relevance. By recognizing the unique strengths of partner campuses and contributing institutional strengths in the arts, humanities, and applied research, I believe we help ensure that the University of Maine system as a whole is more connected, more responsive, and more resilient. Our university transforms lives through research, teaching, and public service, and we continue to ensure that every Mainer has access to a flexible, relevant, and high-value 21st century education. Through these efforts, the University of Southern Maine will continue to anchor our state and region's prosperity and cultural vibrancy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Softly.
Okay, Dorsey, I'm going to get you for this. Deep breath, everybody, and I'm going to talk as fast as I can, but let me just say that when we established the mission statement for Maine Law 2 years ago, we had no idea how prophetic it would be. It's really just a single sentence. Maine Law's mission is to advance justice and leadership in a changing world, and the world is changing very fast. We have completed a brand new strategic plan. It is all ready for the board's review and will be coming to you soon, I anticipate. The university's strengths at Maine Law. So first, let me just remind you all, we do not have a plane, and we do not have any NCAA programs. We are, however, by far the best law school in the state of Maine. Okay, I'm just checking to see if you are all awake. In all seriousness, Maine's only law school occupies a really unique position among New England law schools. It is the most financially accessible and community-centered program of legal education in the entire region, and it is rated now well within the top 100 law schools in the country. With the lowest tuition in New England, its small size, and its geographic placement in the middle of a thriving business community on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, within blocks of state and federal courts, Maine Law is a terrific value by any measure. And when you add to that Maine Law's collaboration with the universities of Maine and focus on Maine's needs, solid bar passage and employment rates, preparing students to be practice ready through an extraordinary clinic and externship program, and its distinctive programs in business law, privacy and cybersecurity law, environmental law, including a unique Arctic law fellowship, which is now right in the spotlight, along with its rural practice program and public interest certificate. It is no wonder that Maine Law's applications have increased by more than 100% this year alone, and it is a fabulous place. Amen.
Thank you. That was a great quick view of each of you. Thank you. Questions, comments? Trustee Alexander.
Thank you. It is not necessary for any of our wonderful institutions to give us a PR statement about what they do. They're all very important. We know that. We want all of you to survive. We want all of us to thrive. So the issue here that will not be resolved in this communication, but needs to be addressed in the long run or in the short run or something, but pretty soon, is how, as a whole, can we adopt some system-wide criteria, policies, directives that will ensure that we all thrive to the best of our abilities and that choices are made about which of individual programs and budgets and investments you all bring to us in very good faith, how all of that can be evaluated by the board, whose duty is a fiduciary one to the system as a whole. So uh, having individual mission statements, and many of you expanded way beyond the bare words that have been written in our documents to date. The issue is what we do with all of that to help us make decisions as the board. And the system as a whole needs to take into account your individual distinctiveness and make sure we don't step on too many toes in making what I predict will be some pretty tough decisions over the next couple of years. So I appreciate the enthusiasm, the positivity, and the incredible performance by every one of our institutions. That's a given. The question is, so now what do we do? So we won't resolve that here, but I do wanted to make it clear that having a discussion of individual mission statements doesn't help me do my job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think we can't do the next step until we have a sense of a level playing field, but Roger, Trustee Cates.
President Softly, you are the best law school in the state of Maine. There's no question about it. For years, I've said I was the best Jewish player on my high school basketball team, and that was all. That was also true. The the mission statements and the vision statements we received in the packet, frankly, I don't find them terribly helpful because maybe they're so brief and they're so general. On the other hand, the statements that each of you gave today, which I assume were written for the purposes of this meeting, I found tremendously helpful and really in understanding how each university sees its strengths and its core missions. And I would hope maybe Beth, you could get the transcription of each of those and send it around to all of us because I thought those were great.
Sure.
And it really helps us as we begin to think about the kinds of issues that Barbara was just talking about. So thank you for those presentations.
Trustee Kane.
I actually want to just agree with Roger. He sort of took the words right out of my mouth. I actually thought that was awesome, and I want to hear more of it because I think we so often don't get to hear the pitch, and I think us hearing the pitch and hearing how you talk about yourselves actually is really helpful to that make sure that we're talking about it, but also that the words we're using in our official documents help. So I just want to +1 to what Roger said. I got a lot more out of that presentation than I did reading the mission statements. I think there's a lot of life in them that was really conveyed. And I think hopefully in our work going forward, we can capture that same sort of life and energy. Because I think our mission statements should be inspirational and aspirational for those who read them, as well as reflective of what we're offering on each of the campuses. So thanks, that was great.
President Rice.
I'll just note I've seen at least 5 or 6 mission and vision statements for my institution since I came here in 1997. So you're just seeing the latest iteration, and there's a continuity among them. I think there's probably also a development you can see. The only thing I'll say about mission and vision statements is they are not useful, I think, for a full portrait of the institution. I think that's what a strategic plan is actually for, and that is far more valuable in a in a discussion, whether you're talking about making decisions on a short term or a long term for a university made system, the mission and vision really just gives a encapsulation of that institution as much for itself and for an immediate just something for somebody to look at quickly as they're going through. But prospective students do not look at mission and vision statements of institutions. So I think that's why the strategic plans are much more robust instruments to look at, and that's what you got a sense of, I think, from my colleagues and I in the discussion.
Trustee Flood.
Thank you. I found the time very useful. I know that maybe not everybody did, and I respect that. But I felt that the short versions were kind of nice for dummies like me, and I think the longer versions were kind of getting toward what we talked about in our uh, our retreat. We maybe these kinds of discussions help us engage a little bit more, learn a little bit more real stuff about what's really happening and what you as the president should really feel about your organization and your team. And I found that it gives life, I think, to the strategic plan when we have conversations like this. So, maybe it wasn't perfect for everyone, but I felt like it was nice. It was a nice start to maybe how we might be changing the way the board does its stuff. Like we said at the retreat, that we probably should do that. And I thought this was great, and I learned quite a bit. And mostly what I already knew is we got a bunch of presidents who really love their jobs and do a great job. So thanks very much.
Great. Anything else? Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let us move on to Vice Chancellor St. John, Academic and Student Affairs Report.
Thank you, Chair Riley. Just a brief context for the trustees. When you approved the 5 pilot programs in the 90 credit cohort last year, you asked for an evaluation plan that would address how those programs are being assessed academically and also evaluated for their overall efficacy. So retention, graduation rate, all the things that we do for all the programs that we offer, but with special attention to the unique nature of 90 credit programs, especially as they're being offered for the first time. So along parallel tracks last fall, my staff and I wrote, with help from the provost, wrote the report request to NECHI required for NECHI consideration of the programs, and also began drafting the evaluation plan that the trustees asked for. As I think many trustees may know at this point, we received a letter in December following the November meeting of the NECHI Commission saying that they had approved 3 of the 5 programs, 1 of the 2 offered up by UMPI, 1 at Fort Kent and 1 at UMA, and had deferred action on the remaining 2 programs, 1 at Machias and the second of the 2 UMPI programs. Thanks to some timely and, I must say, highly effective advocacy by the chancellor, we picked up some information both in December and then later in person at the NECHI annual meeting in Boston. It's some context for understanding what additional information we would need to share in order to put forward a resubmittal of the 2 programs that have been deferred. I'm happy to say that with help from Provost Margison and UMPI and Dean Walsh at Machias, we will be resubmitting those proposals for review by the commission staff member who I've been working with at the end of next week, with the goal of getting back on one of the commission meetings, ideally in the spring semester. So 3 programs approved. Each of the 3 that have been approved will launch in either summer or fall of this year, 2026. The 2 remaining programs in process, and for what we hope will be a positive outcome. After we submitted the very lengthy request to NECHI last fall, we turned our attention to finalizing the evaluation report announced at ASA whenever ASA was held, December, that we would bring it to this body, the full board, in January and I'm pleased to say that we've done that. This evaluation report that you see is really in three pieces. The first piece is an overview of what this is. The second piece is principally the evaluation or academic assessment plans that the trustees have already seen, reviewed, and approved at ASA and at the full board meeting when the program proposals came forward for these 5 cohort programs last year in the spring at ASA and over the summer at the full board. And then the third piece is the part where we know we have to evaluate, but we don't yet know what the best practice questions will be with respect to content. So as as employers are questioned, what kinds of questions will they be asked by the first wave of universities graduating students from 90 credit programs? What kinds of questions will we best be asking our students when we survey graduates of those programs and related material? So what we have here is our understanding right now of all the content that has been put forward already by our universities. That will be the backbone of our evaluation of these programs. And in addition, my office has created an archive. Every publicly available 90 credit program proposal, every publicly available article, and as we reach the point at which within about a year, students regionally and nationally begin graduating from these programs, we will also be culling from employer surveys, student satisfaction surveys, data on retention, persistence, all of that, as you'll see if you read the plan. I will say a brief scan this morning confirmed that there are currently no academic evaluation plans on the New York Times bestseller list. So if you read this, trustees, and found it to be not the most stimulating document that you've encountered in your board materials, that is consistent with the nature of writing an assessment plan. Having said that, I applaud our faculty and our provost for putting forward really good material. So you have here what you asked for with absolute room for additions, corrections, feedback from trustees in order to make this better. But this is the plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions that trustees may have about it.
Jeff, can I do a preemptive strike? I think I understand these are very granular and detailed and get at the issues. I guess the big system questions for me are a little higher level. What are the student demographics? Who are these people who are attracted to a 90 credit hour? How does it affect their enrollment? And what are the revenue implications? Are these students who would have come, I don't know how you prove this, but are these students who could have come for a 120 hour? Are the, what's the impact on revenue of offering a degree at much fewer credit hours? And those are the questions I'd like to see addressed at a high level. And I appreciate that's different than the quality of the program themselves.
No, we are looking at all three of those questions, Chair Riley. We'll know more about who is attracted to these programs as students begin to respond to marketing, apply to the programs, and then enroll in them. And then from there, I would say with an unusually strong sense of scrutiny, be looking at their future enrollment behavior. Do they persist in these programs? Do they transfer into the 120 credit version of the same program? Do they transfer out to a different 120 credit program? Do they leave our system? Do they opt into a certificate program instead of pursuing a 90 credit degree? We'll be tracking all of that through our institutional research office. As for the revenue, I do have some modeling conversations I want to have with Vice Chancellor Lowe about how we take a look at that. He'll be able to help me there. But we will also be tracking and trying to figure out what are the revenue differences. If, of course, we do a volume business over and against the number of degree-seeking adult degree students we would otherwise have attracted, then we'll be on the plus side. If we don't see that happening, we'll come back to the board and report that and consider future steps. Thank you for asking those questions.
Questions, concerns? Trustee Alexander.
Thank you. I recall when the specific proposals came to us, I was concerned about the fact that we had different evaluation language and for each of them. And I see that you've replicated their individual evaluations at the different universities. What I'm interested and whether they do that or not is not something I want to get into. But what I would like to have in front of me are the uniformly obtained data that will be gathered by the system office and used to evaluate the system-wide implications for continuing these programs, expanding them, revising them, or doing whatever we need to do with them in the future. So speaking just from the system point of view, it's just a list of the commonly obtained data that all of them will generate so that we have a uniform database about this defined in the same way and that will answer the questions that Trish just enunciated, and allow the board from a system point of view to decide, the pros and cons of moving forward in this area. So that's what I'm looking for. And you've started doing that, I think, a little here with regard to in addition to all of the above. And if you could just start off by telling us, we're going to obtain data in these areas from all of these programs, and these are the key data sources we will use. We're confident that it's being gathered in the same way, and we're going to try to answer the following questions. Boom, 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 boom. That's my recommendation. And letting them do their own evaluation is up to you. But
Trustee
the other
Alexander,
part is what we need to look at.
I think we're on the same page because you're literally quoting from the section of the document that provides what you just asked for, unless I'm misunderstanding you. So in addition to all of the above, our institutional research office will track persistence, destination of students who leave the program, 3, 4, and 5-year graduation rates, and in addition, of course, the revenue questions that Trustee Riley just mentioned. So we do have a common set of empirical measures that will apply without distinction to all the programs to provide a common data set for the trustees. And as I mentioned, I think elsewhere, I'm certainly happy, in addition to the annual academic program review reports on these programs that you'll hear at ASA, to come back to the full board and offer whatever form of annual or biannual assessment or update the board chair and the trustees would like to hear. So
Right.
we are on the same page.
Well, it's just that it says in addition to all the above, so I don't know what it is I'm additioning to. I have 4 pages of stuff. I would just like a list of the data that you will be evaluating for us in these programs. And you can obtain it from them, obviously, but I just needed a single set of data points that you will be gathering. That would be helpful.
Thank you. So it's everything that's in the report, Trustee Alexander. As you already mentioned, it's the individual assessment programs, plans developed for the 5 programs already reviewed and approved at ASA and by the full board, and then the set of measures that you and I just discussed. All of that is empirical data that we'll be tracking and reporting out program by program for the board.
Nope.
Including demographics of who they are?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything that we can empirically capture, Trustee Alexander and Trustee Riley, you will see in our report outs to the board.
Other questions, concerns? Seeing none. Thank you, Jeff. We will move on to Carolyn Dorsey, Vice Chancellor.
Yes, thank you. I have 2 areas to update on today. First, a very brief update on the small campus fundraising efforts as supported by the Chancellor's Strategic Investment Funding. And then we are also pleased to have Jenna from Blaze Partners join us to give an update on our marketing efforts. So I'll just quickly say that it was a very nice intro from a couple of the presidents when they talked about their fundraising efforts earlier in the President's Round Robin. But the work of the small campus, as we've been calling it, although it's really more the campuses that did not have a real formal and large development or advancement office. The work is progressing very well overall. Most of the campuses have met the benchmarks, or they're trending positively toward where they should be at this point with their goals and metrics given. We're about halfway through. The funds were approved in January of 2025, and then we took the first few months of the year to work together to create the proposals that would go to the universities and give them a chance to apply and see where the funds would be used. So it didn't really get started until a little closer to summer. So we're about halfway through the year. Everyone is positive, again, trending positively. Some institutions have already generated some early wins around fundraising results, seeing some increase in outreach activity, more frequent engagement events have been held, and there's really momentum towards doing that. There are a few areas where they are not yet quite on track. It appears when we looked at their updates, it was really because there was maybe a staffing. They were hiring someone for that role, and the search took a bit longer than expected, or they're working to get the person in and on board, so it takes a bit of time. So nothing to be concerned about there. It just was staffing and hiring, and that sometimes takes a bit longer than expected. So in addition to the work that the campuses are doing individually, they're participating. The participating universities are meeting as a cohort. They're strengthening their collaboration. They're talking about shared events. I recently got invited to a shared event by 2 or 3 of the universities that were putting something together, which was wonderful. And they're looking at efficiencies where they can maximize impact and the resources across the system. So this is very quick and brief, but just wanted to let you know that the universities are moving forward. We're trending in a positive direction. We're measuring on all their metric or goal points, and they will have, the universities themselves will have a more thorough update for you at a future board meeting. But I know it's about the halfway mark, so wanted to at least let you know that we're following it closely.
And can you remind us, Carolyn, was this one-time funding?
It was one-time funding, yes.
Okay.
So any other questions? Sorry, I should add. Yes, Emily?
It was one-time funding, but we structured it to be over tiered over 3 years, right? So it's not like it's one and done 1 year. We structured it so that there would be time to build up programming and then institutionalize the support. So my question, because I was excited about it, is I hear the high level overview, but I'd be interested to hear from the presidents about sort of how that's going, because introducing fundraising in that way with that kind of infrastructure is also a shift, right, for a leadership team and for a campus, and how you think about your constituencies and leveraging them. And if there are any, just quick anecdotes about how that is going, I'd be interested in hearing those if we have time for that.
I'm not sure that any of the presidents were prepared to speak on it today. I
definitely did not ask for this in advance. So this is if you have a quick thing, it would be cool to share. Otherwise, you can share it later. But I think, their fundraising is both in actual money raised and then how you get to money being raised. And so I thought that'd be interesting to ask.
There is a written report in the board materials that gives an update from each university with where they're at.
I saw that. It's okay. We can keep going. I just am enthusiastic about it.
All right. Unless any president has something that they would like to share, I think we'll move on. So marketing, I would like to turn it over to Jenna, who you have all met, I believe, in the past at prior meetings. She is with Blaze Partners. She's been working very closely with Jen O'Leary from the system office, who is leading this work, in addition to the university teams, Robert Placido and members of IT, and a lot of the system leadership folks have been meeting for months to bring it to this point. I know you, as trustees, you have seen some early examples of the work and some little kind of early graphics, and you've weighed in on some of these decisions. So we just wanted to give you an update as to where we are and what we'll be looking to do now that we're getting close to being able to launch all of this formally, and the work that we will do to frame up what our messaging and communications will be over the upcoming year. So I believe that Jen and Jenna are both on the call, but Jenna is going to present.
Yes, I'm here. Thank
Hi,
you.
Jenna.
Thanks so much. So nice to see all of you. Thank you for having me here today. So my challenge is summarizing a year's worth of work in 10 minutes. So to say this will be a high level is an understatement, but it does give us enough time to hit some of the highlights and try to answer some of the questions that were raised at the last board meeting as well. About brand, the brand rollout, the website, as well as a campaign. So before I dive in, I just want to thank Jen and Carolyn and the Chancellor for entrusting us with this work, and thank the presidents and your awesome marketing leads for their partnership and helping make all of this happen. This fall, the Blaze team had an amazing opportunity to visit each university for a photo and a video shoot. And it was an amazingly beautiful week of fall weather where every campus seemed to be, in full foliage. And we were really amazed at all of the things that were happening on these campuses. Personally, it was one of my professional highlights of 2025. We were just super inspired by the students, the faculty, the staff, just the amazing work that's happening on these campuses. And our whole team left this exercise feeling like we just wanted more people to know about the awesome work that's happening on these campuses. So I am going to share my screen here. Okay, is everyone able to see?
Yes, I believe so.
Is that? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so you're seeing a slideshow?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. So let's roll right into the brand rollout. So before we get into the branding work itself, we just wanted to talk a little bit about the philosophy of what the brand is. So metaphorically, we're considering the Maine's public universities are kind of a stage that feature and support and lift up all of the individual universities. There had been some conversations about this early on in this project with some concern that it might be an umbrella brand that would contain or overshadow the individual universities' brands. That is not the intention. It is not a master brand that informs any other school or competes with any other school. This is really meant to be a stage. So the brand rollout, the philosophy for the brand rollout, this is really, we are thinking about this rollout as more of a modernization than it is a true launch moment. So there is a time and a place for a launch moment. Launch moments are often, kind of a splashy launch moment is really helpful when an attention is needed in a specific time frame. It creates short-term buzz that can be really helpful. But a modernization effort is really helpful here that helps you be more confident, more believable. It lets you lead with the mission and your impact rather than the brand itself, because what you were selling is not a brand, right? What you were selling is an education and something much more important. But we just want to make sure that the brand itself accurately represents and projects that energy and enthusiasm that we were seeing on these campuses. Actually, I'm sorry. So what you see here is the new logo. I think everyone here has seen that. Below, this is a copy of the homepage and of the new website, both in mobile and desktop. And I want to share a video of these. It's kind of a sizzle reel. This is going to be running as a version of this is going to be running as a background video on the website. This will also be able to use elements of this in a campaign as well.
I'm not sure that we're hearing it quite right.
You're not hearing anything?
Mm-mm.
I'll tell you what, maybe what I should do, Carolyn, is send this after Does that sound good?
Sure, that sounds good. We can send it
Okay.
around. Yeah.
It has a little bit more impact with the audio. So
I did see a version. Oh,
When you share your screen, there's a button that you have to push to share the audio. So if you unshare and then share again, you should be able to select that button.
oh, interesting.
Hit the share down below where it says share.
Share sound. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's try this again.
There we go.
and I will share that because I think there was a bit of slight delay distortion at the end from the Zoom. So I'll share that as soon as the meeting's over so you can get the full effect.
Awesome. Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate it. And special shout out to the amazing sunrise in Machias. That was incredible. Okay, so let's talk about the rollout strategy. So the internal rollout strategy is where we are right now. This is really an opportunity to build awareness and alignment. What we are looking for is some, this is a lot of internal memos, or there's an internal memo that's going to be going out from the Chancellor's office with some FAQs with some information about why we're doing this exercise for the people who haven't been along on the journey. We are really looking for some great, support from presidents, system leadership like you, when people ask, why did we do this, to help bring people along on the journey, to talk about how important this work is. And then we're also busy on a lot of collateral updates, business cards, letterhead, all the good stuff that comes along with a rebrand. And then we'll be moving into the external rollout strategy this week. Hopefully the website will be launching. The exact date, we're waiting to hear from Robert and his team on which date they pick, but that's planned to be this week. So the goal here is really starting to build familiarity, and we're going to be focused primarily on the core digital touch points that adopt the new brand. So that's the website launch, social media profiles, email signatures will be available for system employees, And we're, again, our focus here is that the modernity of the brand is demonstrated. It's not announced in a splashy sort of way. And then we move into brand activation. So this is the fun stuff when we get to start talking about campaigns. So it's really helpful when you have this updated digital platform that the campaign can bring people to a website and to digital platforms that mirror, the enthusiasm of the campaign. The messaging in the campaign itself carries more credibility when that digital experience matches the promise, right, that you're making in a campaign. You want that to be a seamless experience. And again, the focus stays on mission and impact rather than the brand itself. So quick view of the timeline. As I mentioned, we're in the internal rollout phase right now. The next 6 weeks or so, we'll be working on the external rollout. The campaign is being developed early stages now. That will be ready to be reviewed and approved. We're hoping to launch the campaign in April. Right now, we have the campaign duration on the calendar from April to December. There will be some periods where we'll be quiet. For instance, during the election cycle, we tend to dial down a little bit because there's just so much noise and a lot of competition. And then later this spring, we'll be working and moving into the second phase of the website work. So the website updates, I think most of you saw the comps at the last board meeting. Here are just a few snapshots of some of the pages that we updated. There were 7 system pages that were updated and new content. All of the new imagery was added to that new design, and then also a new navigation and footer. The website has 2 primary functions. One is that it's the working site for board operations. So obviously all of you are familiar with what those needs are. But we're also intending this to be a gateway for users to find and get to the different universities' websites. That was a challenge for the old site. It wasn't particularly easy to find a lot of information about the universities and to get users to the schools. So that was one of the big goals for this site. There are a number of ways that users can get to the site, whether that's the header, the footer in the middle of the certain pages. There are a lot of different links. So I think the system site should be able to drive a lot more traffic to the individual university sites as well. And then last but not least, the campaign strategy. The goal for the campaign that we will be launching this spring is to really highlight those distinct advantages of Maine's public universities, focusing on prospective students, their influencers, parents, trusted adults, and taxpayers, just so more people, as I mentioned at the beginning, can just understand the exciting work that's happening at the schools. So this, again, I think it's really important to state that this campaign is not intended to compete with or impact any of the admissions efforts at any of the schools. This is about building awareness of Maine's public universities and the important role that they play in our economy. And so we will be launching, our plan right now is that the media will be entirely focused on digital. The reason is that because it helps us be really tailored and specific to who we're targeting, and it gives us really good data about what's working and what's not working. Our performance indicators, we're going to be looking first at impressions. What is our reach? How many people can we get in front of? The frequency. And then the second indicator is quality site traffic. What are people doing when they get to the site? And have we been able to refer that traffic to other university websites? So that is the quick overview.
And so I'll just add one piece to this last sort of campaign. Everything that Jenna described is completely accurate in what we're doing. She mentioned leaning more towards the social media with what it is that her team will be doing. We we're rolling this in with a larger campaign that we've had some existing partnerships. As you know, we do certain things with Educate Maine, the Maine Development Foundation. We had a nice piece that went out last year where all the universities had there was a magazine where they each had one of the months they were showcased. So we'll continue to do some of those things that we always have with targeted partners that we have found to be really effective. And then this will be sort of how we move forward and advance what it is that we've done in the past. So we have the funding. We have funding in for the year that we're currently in that will end in June, and then we have funding set aside beginning July 1. So in our next update, once we've had a chance to really, I think, carve out some more specific campaign details, we'll attach, along with the timeline that you saw, we'll attach the funding along with it, so you can have an idea of that as well.
Questions? Elise, Trustee Baldacci.
Thank you. I thought that the video was very well done and made me proud to, have a small part in the system. So thanks for that. And I also think just from what we saw at the last meeting in Farmington, this has come a long way. I think that you mentioned on the timeline that the website's going to be divided into phases. Is that right? Can you explain just a little bit what those phases will entail?
Yeah, absolutely. So phase one is really what we're going to be launching this week. So that's 7 priority pages on the site, and then the navigation and the footer. Phase 2 is going to be a next round of priority pages that we will be working on, with Carolyn and team identifying what those priority pages are. We have kind of a short list of ideas for what those are going to be, but we want to look at site traffic, where people are going on the site, strategically what's most important for the system to kind of dial up content and to be promoting.
Okay. Anybody else? Jenica, is one of the pages about making the case for the value proposition for the University of Maine system? Low cost, high quality.
Yes, absolutely. I love that you asked that, Trish. Frankly, it should be embedded throughout the site, but the homepage content, we worked really hard to take those value propositions. We worked with Carolyn and Jen on identifying what those most important value propositions are: the affordability, the quality of the education, the different modalities, depth and breadth of the education, and to promote those a little bit more specifically on the homepage. And then you start to see that again on the university's pages, the student pages, that sort of thing.
Trustee Alexander?
Well, I join in thanking others who thanked you for very professional work. And did I hear that you would be promoting our affordability? Because I think that is
absolutely
one of the key things to say about our public education system, as opposed to what other people may be looking at around the country. So that could be, and because affordability is kind of a cool thing everybody's talking about, we really have it. So it's not just a talking point, we really have it. And that would be really cool to see highlighted. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the, affordability plus quality. That is a really powerful equation. And so we want to make sure that isn't lost too. Yeah.
Trustee Eames.
Thank you. And I'll join in everyone else and thank you for doing this. I noticed that it's not that the logo's not dramatically different, but I was interested and read why we got to that and like it very much. I guess I have a couple questions. One is, are you looking for information back about how we can improve? Is there any room that you will have data or just information about how we can improve on getting the word out there about affordability? And then My second question, and you may have addressed it, but I just missed it. If someone's on there looking through the site and actually wants to get to a specific campus, and get in touch with someone more specifically, I assume there's going to be a way to do that.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the, amazing things about a digital campaign is it gives us lots of data. What's working well, what messages are working well, what messages aren't working well. And so we're going to be able to, get real-time feedback to see what people are reacting to. There's also, the ability to monitor comments and sentiment analysis in some of these campaigns as well. So that will be providing us with ongoing feedback. In terms of the ability to get to different campuses, I think the homepage alone has 3 different ways that you can get to the different university campuses, which I think is 3 more ways than is on the current homepage. So yeah, that was really a priority for us, making sure that it's in the header, all of the logos are clickable. In the footer, there's sort of like a photographic footer that you can click on that will take you directly to the university's websites. And then there's a university's page with more extensive information about each individual university, a 30-second video about each school, and some important kind of top-level facts about the university itself.
I think one quick thing I would add to that too, when you were answering Trustee Baldacci's question sort of about the phasing of the pages. One of the things that we'll talk about next is we worked on the operational and functional pages that we needed up and running first, but do we have a page as we're talking about, online learning? Do we have a page that is specific to that, and then offers you the opportunity to move to one of the universities that offers that program online right there from the page, so that they can do all of that seamlessly? That's sort of our next step in this process. So one of the pieces.
Trustee McMahon.
Thank you. That's exciting.
I think it's a great job. Just following on and really ties in with what Carolyn just said. There's some targeted approaches we need. One of them would be credit for prior learning. So if you've got some credits, come and see us. We can give you credit for the credits, which is an affordability.
Yeah.
Another one is you can transfer to us. You don't have to be a high school graduate. If you're dissatisfied with where you are, why don't you come to us? It's so beautiful. It's so well run, etc., etc. So are you planning on targeted approaches like that?
Yeah, so it's a little bit hard to explain without seeing it, but the new header allows you to select. There's a drop down that says IMA, and if you're a student, you go to a student's page, and there's different types of students, right? So we're going to have information that will be great for traditional undergraduate students, for non-traditional students, for transfer students, for remote learning. So we want to make sure that users are getting tailored results that match what they're looking for.
Yeah, and I think Jen O'Leary's been working with some of the academic affairs leadership to talk about, how do we do that in terms of that PLA piece and explaining it, and transfer. There's a whole separate section for that. So it's all there.
Trustee Flood.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I also enjoyed it very much. I'm just curious about the intensity of what happens next. Since it's probably just Carolyn and you, Jenna and Jen, that know, how this thing moves forward. Are there lots of meetings, or do you guys have, Zoom calls every other day, every other week, every month? I'm just curious about what happens as you marshal this thing forward. And any one of you can answer that, but thank you very much.
Yeah,
well, I would like to start because I really have to say I have the least amount of the meetings, and I need to say that openly because they have tackled them for me. Robert Placido and Jen have really, I probably weekly at least talk to Jen, but I know Jen has several meetings, Jen O'Leary has several meetings a day on this topic leading up to today. Moving forward, I don't know, Jenna, how that will change, but it's been a lot because again, you're coordinating it with the universities and coordinating it with our external partners, and trying to keep business moving along at the same time. So it's been a quite a time commitment.
Yeah, and I have to echo that. I appreciate for Carolyn and Jen, this is definitely an other duty as assigned. I know they have their very busy day jobs with a lot of additional responsibilities, so we've really appreciated their partnership. But our next steps are working on campaign concepts, getting those approved. We've been doing weekly meetings with Jen, and then when the work requires it, more frequently. But once the campaign launches, we'll also have monthly or quarterly reports that will be available so we can see how the campaign is doing. And so we'll have more data to be sharing. But I don't really see the kind of cadence being dramatically different than it has been over the past few months, kind of given what we have on deck.
Yeah, and I would just echo what Carolyn said earlier, that this is just part of kind of the overall strategy tied to kind of the marketing and branding aspects as well.
And will we know from the hits, how many of students, do we really know who they are in broad categories?
Who
How
they
much
are?
is our competition? How much of it is students, parents?
Yeah, we will have some. Well, it honestly depends on their settings, but if they've allowed Google to track them, we will have good demographic information, location, age, that sort of thing.
Well, website analytic data as well.
Great. Any more questions?
Well, I would like to thank everyone. As trustees, you've been very patient. I know I think of Trustee Eames and Trustee Martin, who I think it's double-digit years that you have been talking about this, if I recall, and everyone along the way. You've offered some great, as we've brought things forward, you've offered some great feedback, which has helped, and your opinions. I won't say his name. He might be chewing in front of a window with snow behind him at the moment, but we've received some great some great feedback from one of the trustees and took his suggestions, and I actually really liked it after we incorporated his suggestions much better than what we had before. So we do listen and we do incorporate the changes that you bring forward when applicable, and I'm really pleased. I have a reaction when I see the video. I just get very proud and can't wait to start to roll it out in a variety of ways. So.
That's because I noticed that the only logo you see is UMPI.
That was supposed to be subtle.
It wasn't.
We actually counted, and we do show them all in one way or another.
I missed them all.
Yeah.
No, Maine, I guess the players. Okay, anything else? Do we want to take a 5-minute break before we move into the finance and the action before us?
Thanks, everyone.
Yep. Okay, why don't we thank you very much, Jen and Jen. Let's take a 5-minute break and just be back in a flash. Is that all right? Always a mistake to do it, break late in the meeting. Ryan, do you think, the president, should we just ask for questions on each of the proposals, or do we want the presidents to make a short presentation? People have read it.
Up to you. I had been talking about one of the proposals with someone and had been suggesting your first approach, which is which just a quick 2 or 3 sentence explanation of it, and then if you want more, then by all means, we're happy to go.
Okay, why don't we do that? Hey, Beth, how we doing? Beth's not back. That's a
Yes, I am
There you
here.
are. Okay. Oh, I saw that. Okay. Do we have our quorum back?
Trying to get my thing unmuted. Here we go. It looks good.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you all. I know it's a long day sitting on Zoom, so thank you all very much. It's snowing again. Let's turn to Vice Chancellor Lowe and get our update on finance and strategic AI integration report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Three really quick items. Two items you have in the agenda, and then one I just want to follow up a comment that the chair started off the afternoon talking about Trustee Turner, and I just wanted to add in my own thoughts there. I had the extreme pleasure of having my work in the executive branch line up exactly with Carl's Senate term, and then I came over to the university, and he was my FFT chair within a year or so, and just an outstanding individual, a great legislator, a great trustee, and an even better human. And so just wanted to build on your comments, Chair Riley. Two items. I want to talk a little bit about investment returns and then a little bit about budget schedule. So as always, investment results and materials are in your board packet. Start with the managed investment fund, the managed investment pool, excuse me, which as of November had a market value of 410 million, saw a gain of 0.3% for the month. The managed investment pool is up 4.5% year to date. And we estimate that it gained an additional 0.6% for the month of December. The pension fund had a market value of 16 million. Saw a gain of 0.3% for the month of November, is up 2.6% fiscal year to date. And we estimate that was up an additional 0.3% for the month of December. And then finally, the November market value of the operating fund was 272 million. It gained 0.5% for the month and is up 3.4% year to date. That results in net of fees returns of $8 million fiscal year to date. That exceeds our $2.8 million annual budget by 5.2 million. Roughly halfway through the fiscal year. As you all know, and I often caution, that could change on a Friday, but certainly better to be in that position halfway through the fiscal year than not. Building on that fiscal year piece, is just shift over to the budget. We're about halfway through this current FY26 fiscal year. We have been very active in that first 6 months in budget planning, both for the work that we're doing in this current fiscal year, but especially planning for fiscal year 27. We spent the early part of the fall and into the early winter working with the CBOs on understanding and calculating and giving out to them numbers for appropriation and benefit rates and compensation. We have spent a number of hours on shared services, especially over the last couple of weeks, We've made some substantial progress there. Look forward to talking about that when we get into the budget discussions coming up in the next couple months. So what I wanted to do was just kind of preview for you what is coming up ahead, and then happy to answer any questions. So we're in the window now where campuses, as I said, have been working on their budgets. They're getting ready to really to finalize all of their decision making. Budgets will be due into the board office over the course of the next couple of weeks. We'll have a couple of internal conversations to make sure we understand the proposals. But we're going to roll into March is when the real budget excitement really starts to happen. And so we'll kick off mid-March at our regular FFT meeting where we'll do the budget forecast for the current fiscal year. So talk about how we're doing through the first almost 6-7 months of fiscal year 26. March 25th is our all-day FFT budget meeting. So for our new trustees, for all of our fans that follow us out on YouTube, that is the date not to miss. And so each of the campuses will spend anywhere between 90 minutes and a couple of hours of going through their budgets in detail. If you can't take the time, the full day, grab a copy of the schedule in advance, see when your campus is going to be there, tune in, take advantage of the YouTube link, tune in later, and watch your campus, see what questions you might have. We'll be back at FFT in mid-April for a budget work session. We'll be back about 2 weeks later with FFT again. So really thank that committee for all of their extra budget work. Looking for what will hopefully be a favorable committee vote. And then it'll be back in front of trustees at your May 18th meeting, if all goes according to plan, for final approval. So lots of conversations between now and then, but that gives you a good idea of kind of where we're going on budget over the course of the next 5 months. Happy to answer any questions if there are any, Madam Chair.
Questions for Ryan? Trustee Cates.
Thank you. Not really a question, but the chair and I sit through 2 days of budget presentations in early March. I can't remember the exact dates, where each of the campuses come and presents their budget proposals. So I think I may have mentioned this to board members previously, but if you have questions campus specific that you would like to try to sort out and get answers to, please feel free to send those along in advance of those 2 days of sessions, and we'll make sure they get asked. Thanks.
They are good sessions. Great idea. President Dean.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. I think I saw on that slide when it had the dates, March 16th. Was that the initial presentation?
No, that's the budget forecast for FY26. That one's just me.
Just you. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? It's a lot of work, important work, and thank you all for doing it. Thank you, Ryan. Why don't we, anything else, Ryan?
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the various action proposals. I'd suggest that the presidents do an abbreviate. We've all seen the material. They've been through committee, and as I do always at public meetings, each one of these proposals has been heard in committee in great detail. And comes to us with the committee's recommendation, but we want to make sure the board is fully informed before voting. So let me turn to the Bailey Hall facade replacement. President Edmondson.
Thank you so much, Chair Riley. I will be brief. This is about beginning a renovation project. That will be a multi-year project on the Bailey campus. We want to start with the chiller water plant. And so we are asking for authorization to spend $4,450,000 for the first phase that involves the chiller, and then some design work for the next phase of the project. This is built into our E&G budget. We're not borrowing money or anything to get this work done. So thank you.
Well, it is admittedly hard to talk about a chiller today.
Yes, that's
any
true.
questions for President Edmondson? Seeing none. the resolution that the Board of Trustees authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Southern Maine to expend up to $4,450,000 for Phase 0 design and construction and Phase 1 design for the Bailey Hall facade replacement and addition of a chilled water plant.
So
Moved by
Second.
moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Kane. Beth?
Trustee Riley,
Yes?
trustee Alexander,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Eames,
Yes.
trustee Flood,
Yes.
trustee Loring,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Macon, trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
yes.
trustee Michaud,
Yes.
trustee Johnson, trustee Moore,
Yes.
trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
trustee Worth.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Tab 15 is the Barrow Fall Chiller. President Friedman Mundy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair. Riley, continuing the chiller theme, University of Maine puts a request to the board for authorization to spend up to $1 million to replace the Barrows Hall ESRB wing chiller that has been failing periodically for the past 2 years and must be replaced. This is an air conditioning unit that is an imminent risk of catastrophic failure. The funding source is ENG. Thank you for considering this.
Great, thank you. Any questions for President Friedman Mundy? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting for the University of Maine to expend up to $1 million for the replacement of the Barrows Hall ESRB chiller. Moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by
Second.
Trustee Kane. Any further discussion? Beth?
Trustee Riley,
Yes?
trustee Alexander,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Eames,
Yes.
trustee Flood,
Yes.
trustee Loring,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Michaud,
Yes.
trustee Johnson,
Yes.
trustee Moore,
Yes.
trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
trustee Worth.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Now we turn to tab 16, the Morse Arena funding increase, University of Maine, President Friedman Mundy.
Thank you, Chair. Here we request your authorization to increase spending for the construction of the Morse Arena to $106 million. You have taken previous actions on this to enable us to begin the Phase 1 parts of this project and then to do design, site work preparation, and early bid packages. The athletic multi-purpose arena, which has been now named the Morse Arena, will be home to basketball as well as other operations for football and will be a community resource. The plan would be for construction to begin early this year and then with a tentative completion in time for some basketball games to begin there before the conclusion of the 27-28 season. And completion by spring of 2028. The funding is from the Harold Alfond Foundation grant and matching gift contributions. I should note that short-term or interim borrowing may be required to meet the short-term capital construction cash flow needs. And Jenny Boyden is here if you have questions about that. Thank you for considering this.
And that would be repaid through the payouts of Alfond.
I believe that's the understanding, yes. Yeah. Ryan said yes, okay.
Any questions? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to expend up to $106 million for the construction of Morse Arena.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Kane. Beth?
Trustee Riley,
Yes?
trustee Alexander,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Eames,
Yes.
trustee Flood,
Yes.
trustee Loring,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Michaud,
Yes.
trustee Johnson,
Yes.
trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
trustee Worth,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Let's move to tab 17, the North Campus infrastructure improvements and which includes, of course, the Crossland demolition. Given the many comments we've received and the public comments this morning, I want to spend a little time with this one. There was some additional information provided today that I think the president can respond to. In the FFT committee, and Trustee Cates, you may want to address this. Many of the concerns we heard about in the written materials, particularly, were about questioning the data points about whether the building could be improved, whether it could be moved, whether our estimates for what it would cost to repair it were accurate. All of that was discussed in the FFT committee. And Trustee Cates, do you want to add anything about that deliberation and the importance of Gordian to the group?
Sure, but maybe if you don't mind, I'll wait until after the presentation from the university and be able to highlight a couple things following that, because I don't want to double up what they say.
Okay, all right. Then why don't we
Thank
go
you.
ahead? Presentation. That's fine.
Thanks.
President Friedman.
Yes, thank you, trustees. Thank you really to many individuals and groups for the time, carefulness, and commentary that are being provided on this very particular resolution. Let me simply restate what the authorization is. It is to spend up to $3 million for improvements to the North Campus infrastructure. And that list of improvements includes, as you've noted, of course, the removal of Crossland Alumni Center, the rebuilding of the Dunn and Corbett parking lots, expansion of the Wells parking lot, improvements and partial realignment of Long Road from the Alfond Arena to the EEDC, improvements to Gym Drive and Gym Drive parking, and repaving of the University Mall walking pathways. This is a comprehensive project to improve our North Campus infrastructure. The request to you would be funded by ENG funds, and I'm happy to answer questions and to expand on any dimensions of this.
I have a number of questions, but maybe just by background, Trustee Cates, if we could just sort of what the FFT looked at in making its unanimous.
Yeah, thank you. And when we had the hearing at the Finance, Facilities and Technology Committee, it wasn't a public hearing, but we had received many of the public comments that we heard today, and the themes were certainly the same. So we were very much aware that there were questions here about the commitment of the university to continuation of the existence of a Franco-American campus and a center in a vibrant way. And secondly, questions about commitment to the important work that the center does and its availability as a gathering place for some of its programs. So that was in the front of our minds. And I think that what we learned from President Farini Monday, as well as from other presenters, that yes, indeed, there is absolutely a commitment to the presence of this center somewhere on campus, a recognition about how important it is to the Franco-American community, not just at the university, but throughout the state of Maine. And secondly, a commitment to the actual work that goes on at the center, and a recognition that that absolutely needs to continue. So the hearing, the meeting that we had, and by the way, the committee doesn't have any control or voice in where programs take place at the university, within the university community, and neither does this board, but we do certainly have the ability to approve changes with respect to facilities. So several things stuck out at the hearing. One, for several years now, the board and the chancellor have had as one of our top priorities finally facing the fact that system-wide we have seriously aging infrastructure, and we need to deal with that, particularly as the number of students on campus goes down and we go more to online. And secondly, that we need to invest our funds in dealing with this, both in deferred maintenance to buildings which are appropriate to fix, and if not, where appropriate demolition. And we don't approach this as a committee or certainly as a board in any kind of a subjective way. It's a very objective process which takes place. The staff provides us with an analysis through a company called Gordian that is very much data driven. It takes a look at each and every individual building on campus and comes up with a percentage number of its useful life. If a building is brand new, it's got a 100% rating. If a building is really at the end of its useful life, it gets a 0 and everything in between. So this particular building, despite I understand its sentimental attachment on campus, this building actually has a Gordian value of 0. That tells us that further investment in that property makes very little, if any, sense. And to pour much more money into renovations and upgrades there, it would be a poor decision. And that's analysis that we've used for years. And the second point I'd like to make is that taking down this building is not a new idea. It's been on the radar of the University of Maine for years now, going back, I think, as far as 2008, but certainly in the year 2020 when this building was identified as a candidate for demolition. And then in the 2023 5-year capital plan, this building was actually included on that list as appropriate for demolition as part of that 5-year capital plan. So again, I think that I don't want to speak for everybody in the committee, but I believe we were convinced of two things. One, that to demolish this building makes sense in the overall plan for this part of the campus, as well as our plan to deal appropriately with an aging infrastructure. And secondly, that to relocate the Franco-American Center, although there will be considerable inconvenience along the way, actually will result in a brighter future for the Franco-American Center. It's the role that it plays within the campus and the community and the important programming that it does. So our committee, at the end of all of this, voted unanimously to support this motion. And we really didn't do so lightly. This got more attention than anything I can remember as a member of that committee in 5 years. And so we hope that the board will support the plan as well. Thank
And
you.
Roger, the committee did think about the cost of repairing the building and determined through the Gordian that it was not.
Yes, the cost which was given us was what was to really get it shipshape for the future was over $10 million. I know there's been criticism of that number, but whether the number is 10 million or 8 million or 4 million, the point is the same. It doesn't make sense to pour that money into a building which has 0 useful life left. And this will result in continuing the center, continuing the programming.
Yeah. And the Gordian Group is well recognized and used by every university and state government.
That's right.
As far as I know, Ryan can tell us the details, but it's obviously the gold standard among major organizations and institutions. So 2 of the issues we heard about President Farini Monday, one was the budget concern. That there clearly is some cynicism about whether we can continue to sustain the Franco-American Center, and the notion that you're in the middle of a budget cutting exercise and yet investing money to tear down this building. Can you speak to that so people can better understand your thinking?
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you, Trustee Cates, for your summary as well. Let me begin by affirming our commitment to the Franco-American Center, to its programs, to its activities, to finding space that will be suitable and inviting and accessible for the community members that take great advantage of that center and that depend upon it. I don't want there to be any confusion about that. That is a clear commitment for me and for the leadership in my cabinet. And we are in the midst of all of that discussion and all of that planning in concert with the Franco-American Center leadership and the dean. So I wanted to mention that first. Trustee Riley, to your question about affordability of this, we really cannot afford to maintain Crossland now. And it is not in the best interests of our students, faculty, staff, and community partners to do so, given its condition. The removal has been planned, as Trustee Cates mentioned, for many years, at least since 2018. We will use university resources responsibly, and this long-planned project does reflect that intention. It has been budgeted. We have spent actually 241,000 over the past 4 years on what we would call reactive maintenance, when we've needed to make a repair or repair burst pipes in recent years, simply because the building is not functionally viable. And you've heard about the estimates from Gordian, as well as on-campus detailed estimates that we've provided. So we are confident. We have budgeted for and planned for this demolition, as well as then for the renovations that will be needed to move the Franco-American Center to a suitable location.
And I'll open it to others, of course, but the other suggestion was that there are so many questions that have been raised. Again, FFT, I think, reviewed most of them, that we should delay this vote. What would that entail if that was an action that this group, the board wanted to take?
Thanks again for that question as well. We do believe that a delay would be problematic in many ways, given the condition of the building right now, particularly as we're facing cold weather and the potential for burst pipes. And there are very important documents and materials in the archives there. We are already needing to make arrangements to be sure those are well protected at the current time. We certainly have looked at the variety of concerns with the building, its advanced age, its susceptibility to flooding, to rot, and to pest infestations, and then again, the inadequate accessibility. Any delay in the demolition of the building just simply prevents us from removing those challenges from the campus and moving ahead toward the successful move of the Franco-American Center to a suitable location, and then to its final and excellent location over time, as we're able to work and plan together with them. We are not certain with a delay exactly what that would entail, but we believe the move would still be needed given the condition of the building. And so that's sort of our summary there, Trustee.
The cost and condition of the building to maintain it?
The cost to maintain it and the condition, yes. And if a delay were then to be sort of a step toward trying to preserve or hold on to the building, there would be significant substantial costs.
And you're confident that the budget, we've also heard questions about the budget adequacy to make the upgrades in the places in the buildings where the Franco-American Center will move. You're confident in your budget projections?
We are, Trustee. They are part of estimates for both the North Campus Infrastructure Plan, which we've been working on, including the demolition, but also work that has gone into both Libby, but more particularly into ESL, which would be the full building would become the home of the Franco-American Center. And our very competent facilities management team has worked with other partners to make those estimates. They are budgeted in our plan, and we are confident in them at this point. I want to be clear, we can also run into unexpected problems in some of these renovations, but this is what we have at this time.
Questions from other board members? From a student member? Oh, Mish.
Hello. This morning during the public comment, the suggestion was offered that the community might be willing to fundraise in order to relocate this building. I'm curious if there's been conversation around that option, if that feels like it could potentially be a good option, or if it's unrealistic for some reason that I'm not aware of.
So I will take a stab at that, and I may have colleagues who'd like to chime in. The notion of demolishing this building has been one that has been put forward in a variety of plans over many years. There has been, to my knowledge, no particular community demonstration of interest in mounting some sort of a campaign to try to move the building. We do not have estimates at this moment of what a move would cost, but it would likely be quite substantial. At the same time, I think we are very committed to understanding the important pieces of the building that in some way can be memorialized or preserved in any kind of a move that might be continued. But at this time, there's been no particular launch to a campaign to try to raise funds to move the building or to preserve it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Trustee Lauren.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on this. I feel like the country dog in the city. I'm not going to explain that. But I did hear somebody talk about fundraising. And to me, I think the Franco-American community deserves a chance to do something here, to raise some funds, I just think that it needs more. It needs more thought and it needs more time. And I heard President Fieri Monday say, no, that's not a good idea to give it more time. But it's been there for this long, and I think that a little bit longer is not going to hurt. And I think that to listen to people from a cultural, traditional perspective a little bit more. I don't know how many people of color or people from French tradition is on your committees. But I think it's only fair to maybe have a hearing and listen to what they have to say and present our research as well. I think we need to come to an understanding here. And right now, I just can't bring myself to, if we had a vote on this, I would have to vote against it.
I guess my frustration is we've seen this on the UMaine list of buildings to demolish because they're too costly to sustain since I think 2018. And that's been in public meetings before FFT. So it's frustrating that at this point we hear suggestions that there can be money, there can be salvation of this building, but if we do, let me leave it at that. Trustee Alexander.
What I heard from President Farini Monday is that steps are underway to implement moving people out of this building now. Plans have been negotiated. Facilities have been identified. Material needs to be protected. And I don't understand what role the board has with respect to any decision by the university to move facilities within their campus to suit their needs and to take care of their expertise about appropriate buildings and significant deterioration in existing buildings. So I'm a little concerned about suggesting that at this point there is any desire. There's no desire on my part, based on what I've heard, to delay this decision. I guess I would ask the president about what value would be had given the decisions that have been made already to implement a smooth transition to a excellent facility in the long run for the organization in question.
And I think we're conflating two issues. The issue of the Franco-American Center, which we all support, is an issue where it's placed and where it's housed is an issue for the university. That it exists is an issue for us, but where they house them is not a board decision. Our decision is what to do with a building that's been on a demolition list for 2018, understanding that that obviously moves a program, but President Farini Mundy.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate this conversation and the care that all are taking with us on this. And Trustee Loring, as you were speaking, I thought of a variant of perhaps your suggestion, which might be a strong and immediate effort to launch a fundraising campaign for the Franco-American Center, for the activities of the center, for the materials of the center, for the kinds of programmatic activity that might be more possible with additional external funding. That would be something that I think could be a very good step for us, and I would assume would have a lot of support internally. We would work with our University of Maine Foundation to step that up. I think as far as a delay on the building, and I agree with the chair, these are separate issues in some sense. Because of the many things I listed that are, excuse me, are a part of this North Campus infrastructure improvement, that's one piece of a set of related activities that have to do with sequencing and availability of space and so forth. We anticipate this would delay being ready by the fall of 26 for our campus to come back and see some of that North Campus infrastructure back in place in more accessible and safe ways. So we could analyze the details of what a delay would mean, but I do think it would be a separate discussion from our current plan for the Franco-American Center.
Trustee Eames.
Thank you. While I respect Trustee Loring's suggestion, I would need to certainly vote against it. We have asked our presidents repeatedly over time to look at their infrastructure and make recommendations to us. This has been on the table since 2018. I think we need to move forward with a vote today, and we need to support President Farini Mundy.
Thank you. Trustee Loring?
You know, I'd like to support the president as well. And I totally understand this, but there's a lot of people out there, and as evidenced by the letters and the concerned people who really want more input. And I don't think that maybe another 3 or 4 months is going to hurt to get their input, or maybe even another month, but just an opportunity for them to understand and to talk and to let them talk, to hear them. I mean, instead of like cutting their argument short. I think that's the least we can do.
And I guess the question, Trustee Loring, the building is our responsibility now. The building is a problem. It's an ongoing expense that we could create some savings by demolishing it. It's part of a bigger plan to address the parking issues, to fix the mall, which I'm all in favor of, just to repave some of the driveways around the mall. So it's part of a bigger plan. So the issue of the building is here. What about more time to sort of plan for the future of the Franco-American Center, and maybe even and some fundraising, and to really build it as it moves to a new location? Isn't the issue making sure that we have a sustainable and strong Franco-American Center well into the future, rather than where it's located, which isn't our business?
You know what? I think that's right. I think you're right. But I also think, it's been in the works since 2018. You're talking about, that's a long time. I agree. So why not let it go for another few months to listen to these people that have something to say? That, to me, that's the point.
Oh, I mean, I think we've certainly read all their material and heard from them, and
No, I'm not talking about reading, because you can read stuff.
But the issue of spending more time to think about what the future of the Franco-American Center is and its sustainability seems to be the place to address that. To delay the demolition of the building would delay the parking, would probably mess with graduation, because you'd have construction underway about then. And I suspect, the president's spoken to us about that. Trustee Kane, and then Trustee Alexander.
Oh, sorry. I know Trustee Alexander was up first, but I'm happy to go. So,
You haven't spoken yet on this issue.
no,
have
I
you, Jen?
haven't. I think I look, the process matters. I get that, and I'm for that. I love process actually, and I love input. My concern is that in a building where we have very clear indicators that the conditions are bad, more time makes them worse. And I feel like it's not going to get cheaper to fix or move. And I mean, I've been a part personally of things I cared about moving locations on campus from the time that I was a student. And it's always comes with like, feels like loss, right? It feels like loss when that kind of moment changes, when you're familiar with a space until you find your new home. And I think it's extra complicated here because there will be an interim spot for the Franco-American Center before it moves to its final, hopefully, home that will have the amenities and support that it needs. And my concern is that a delay doesn't necessarily change the circumstances of the building that is in really tough shape. I mean, the Franco-American Center was not in that building when I was a student. I used to have all men and
Right.
women meetings in that building. The Alumni Association was there, is my recollection. The first time I remember I met Jeff Mills in that building for the first time when I was a student. And things move and have new homes on a campus as large as University of Maine. And so my hope is we can get to a place where we can move the Franco-American Center more quickly into its newest home. And I know there'll be an interim spot, but we'd like to see that move as quickly as possible, so that the new home portion can get moving. When again, I don't think waiting changes the realities of the building that are so stark. Thank you.
Trustee, can I go to Trustee Martin and get back to you? Trustee Martin.
Thank you. And Emily, I do like what you said. A delay does not change the circumstances. I want to emphasize the importance of the Franco-American Center. Its mission, its people, its work, deeply meaningful to the university community, as well as the greater, broader community. I see two issues here. I see, having a vibrant Franco-American center is very, very vital. And then the building's the building. And I know that there's we become attached to things like buildings and everything that's happened in the past, but it's not viable. It's, we're having, as a board, we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that, we're not putting money into buildings that are requiring so much, they're in disrepair and so old, and we need to make the choices of where we could put money best. And you have a place where you're going where you could actually, the Franco-American Center is still going to exist, but in a different location. And my hope is that the center will still be strong and vibrant in a different location, and there'll still be a great effort to keep up with the heritage and the culture. But I trust that, and I know that it'll be a smooth transition with University of Maine in the different areas, the two-step transition that you'll make. So this one's a tough one. It really is. But I have to agree with Trustee Kane that a delay is not going to change the circumstances here. And it's a tough decision, but I think there's life after this transition, and you could come out of this stronger.
Trustee Alexander. Thank you, Kelly. Trustee Martin.
Thank you. I agree with the previous commenters. The problem here is that the people who've come to us in good faith and raised their concerns have conflated the building with the center. While we know that distinction, I don't think they do. And does anyone think that if the Franco-American Center was not in this building, that we would have had this uproar about that building? I don't think so. I think there was a visceral fear, unfounded, and we need to do our best to respond to it in a careful and a positive way. But there was an unfounded fear that somehow that building was the essence of the Franco-American Center. And we need to help educate and promise and deliver our unified commitment to that program, to its facilities, and to its improvement, and better its facilities compared to where they are now. So to think that this board made up of so many dedicated Maine public servants would have any interest in denigrating or denying or deteriorating this important program is a shame. But we need to make sure that the public understands that's not what's going on here. It's not decimating the program. It is eliminating an old building and moving people into better quality facilities. And that's really all that's going on here.
Could I suggest?
Thank you.
Trustee Loring, would you let me suggest something before I turn to you? Could we, it's dangerous to try to draft as a group and to try to write something while I'm running a meeting, but could we propose a friendly amendment to the proposal that the Board of Trustees supports the importance of a vibrant Franco-American Center, that the University of Maine will make biannual reports to the Board of Trustees regarding the transition and the sustainability of the Franco-American Center, and add that to the resolution or something like it? Let me ask you to think about that. I know you haven't seen anything. Trustee Loring.
Yeah, my only point was that we have voices that we haven't listened to. We read them and we have lots of statements. And there were many people who wanted to talk and express how they felt. And we didn't have time for them. So I just kind of thought that was.
We did have time for them. We went to the full waiting list. I think some people had technical difficulties.
I'm sorry, I don't want to get into that. Okay. I just think that people, this is a very sensitive.
No, I completely respect that, but I would suggest we did get to them.
My only point is they should have been heard. That's all.
We did get to some people had difficulties at their end accessing, which is unfortunate when we moved to Zoom, but we did get to the full waiting list in addition. But President Farini-Mundy?
Thank you. I'm appreciating this conversation, listening very closely. Of course, I would add that we have a bit of information coming in about what a delay would mean. And this is, again, it's a domino situation because of the construction of the Morse Arena that we just discussed in the previous item. And in order to do that, we will take parking spaces. And in order to then have parking for our commuter students, we need to make a number of other adjustments, including expansion of the Dunn parking lot. Jenny Boyden can probably speak in more detail to this, but the incoming information that I'm getting is that a delay at this time essentially now delays us up until next fall with a pretty serious parking challenge. But if Jenny could add a word or two here, if I've not covered all of that properly. Jenny, I don't know if you're out there, if you're on here. Anyway, I think that's the gist of it, Chair.
Okay. Mish. Oh, sorry, Jenny, we can't hear you. I think she's trying to.
I am trying, but not successful. Oh, now you can hear me.
A little.
I agree with President Farini-Mundy's assessment. And at this point, if we were to delay months on a decision and months on the demolition, we would risk not being able to complete the Wells parking lot before students return in the fall. The Wells parking lot expansion will provide 120 parking spots. in addition to 38 parking spots in the reconfiguration of the Dunn and Corbett lots, and 50 that we added in the soccer lot. That's how we get to the 200 that are referenced in some of the documents. This really is what will replace the displaced parking spots from the Morse Arena construction zone.
Mish Dion.
Two things. I wanted to call attention to a comment in the chat and make sure that folks saw that Griffin commented on this topic.
Thank you.
And the second piece is that what I'm hearing is that perhaps part of the reason that the community is responding so strongly is that they feel this building may have historical value. I assume that that has been assessed in some way and that the building has not been deemed unique. Is there documentation of that process somewhere? Because that could help the public to understand. And if this has already been discussed, I apologize.
No, that's okay. We did find out it was not on the historic register.
It is not on a historic register, and we also did confer with the Maine Historic Preservation Commission, who did not express any concerns.
And Griffin is saying that the University of Maine graduate students understand the distinction between the building and the move, and they still oppose the action. Trustee Michaud.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I agree with a lot of the comments that's been made earlier. And I truly understand why many in the Franco-American community are nervous about this proposal. That concern is real and it deserves respect.
Yeah.
I want people to know that I don't take this lightly. That commitment has been demonstrated through my time over the years through actions, including when I sponsored the state bond issue to help create the Franco-American Center in Lewiston during my time in the legislature. That same commitment was reflective in the legislature's work in 2002 at the state capitol when working with Senator John Martin at the time and with the support of my staff, Rosemary Winslow, we passed a resolution creating a Franco-American Day, which was passed. My heritage has always been matters to me, and I would not support this move if I believed it put the Franco-American Center at risk. My judgment is based on protecting the center's future, not only diminishing it, but I believe that this approach, done right, can strengthen its long-term stability rather than weakening it. So I appreciate everything that President Freedy Monday has done to take care of the concerns that I know I've raised and others have raised. And I do believe that this will strengthen the center in the long term. And I will be supporting this motion today, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward because we got to get moving forward on this particular very important issue as it relates to the center. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think we all share that. Clearly, this is difficult, and I appreciate the passions that people bring to it and the commitment to the Franco-American Center. Do we want to say anything specific to that in a resolution or in the minutes to give some assurance to the group that we did hear them? We do understand how important the Franco-American Center is to the university and to Maine. Or will the minutes perhaps from our discussion reflect that? But I want to make sure that we heard them. Trustee Flood?
Yes, thank you. I see no problem with doing that, Chair Riley. It seems that we do have these as separate issues. I think we can think of them very clearly as separate issues. The president has suggested that they could undertake some kind of immediate fundraising for Franco-American cultural, needs and activities and improvement regarding the center. And I think that would give comfort to many people. Some of the most ardent supporters of the building, I guess, would probably not agree with that.
Right.
But on the other hand, we're dealing with, we're the decision makers here, and it's going to be hard to make an objective decision and to move it forward to making it an improved Franco-American Center, as Trustee Michaud just eloquently described. So I think adding some language to provide that we would, in fact, act upon President Farini Mundy's suggestion that additional fundraising be done to the benefit of the Franco-American Center as relocated, I think is a good offer. And it sounded to me like it was a very genuine good offer.
What's our pleasure? Do we want to add language to the resolution? Do we want? I think that sends a message to the people we heard from, but Trustee Cates?
Language that you had suggested a little bit earlier. Could you read the, I'm sorry, could you read the language that you suggested a bit earlier?
Yes, let me, and again, open to change, that the Board of Trustees supports the importance of a vibrant Franco-American Center. The University of Maine will make biannual reports to the Board of Trustees regarding the relocation of the center and the sustainability of the Franco-American Center.
Okay, I think that in combination with the minutes of this meeting, that encapsulates what Pat Flood was just talking about. I don't know if he agrees. And I hate to try to draft an amendment with a committee of 16, and I would move to amend the motion to add the language you just read.
Second.
Okay, so that are we ready for the motion? Any further comments? And again, I think, this has been a very difficult discussion and we want to send the clear message. Trustee Worth?
Yeah, just a quick comment here, because I'm a little torn, because obviously the point of student reps is to represent students. So what am I here for if not to represent the wishes of graduate workers? But I'm also slightly concerned because the letter that I was sent and the speakers from earlier today make a very impassioned and very compelling argument, but I wish it was as correct as it was impassioned. And that's where I'm struggling, is all of the figures they cite, all of the statistics they cite are from non-accredited individuals that aren't part of a larger organization. They're from people walking by the building and looking at it and saying, nah, I bet that can stand for another 20 years. And where am I to stack that up against the most well-rounded and respected institutional architectural organization in the country? Also, as a fourth or fifth generation French Canadian, I'm slightly insulted by all the comments from the speakers saying, if you do this, the center will be destroyed. It makes me feel they don't understand the culture of Franco-Americans and how resilient we are and can be going forward. And I guess that's where if the Franco-American Center and we as a people are so weak that simply shifting the building from one place to another gets rid of the entire project. All right, it's 500 feet further back on campus. Now nobody shows up anymore. That's not the Franco-American culture I know. That's not the Franco-American people that I meet at our center in Lewiston. So those comments are very impactful. If every single one of them was right, I would 100% say this is a horrible idea, we should vote against it. But when you test each of those assumptions or proposals that have been put forward, they either are financially, statistically incorrect, or I don't feel reflect the Franco-American culture that I've experienced. And so I value the input of the graduate workers, and I think or the graduate students, and I think this is a great time for them that they were able to reach out to me and have input directly on the board, but it has to be correct as well as being passionate. And I think it only met one of those two criteria.
Thank you. Thoughtful and eloquent comments. Any further comments by the board? And I think since it's our amendment, I think we can do our own friendly amendment and add this if it's people's pleasure. Anybody object to adding that language? Okay, then let me read the motion. If we're ready for that, the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT committee and authorizes the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Maine, to spend up to $3 million for the removal of Crossland Alumni Center make improvements and expansion to the Wells, Dunn, and Corbett parking lots, and realignment and improvements to Long Road, Jim Road, and the University Mall walking pathways. Further, that the Board of Trustees supports the importance of a vibrant Franco-American center. The University of Maine will make biannual reports to the Board of Trustees regarding the relocation of the center and the sustainability of the Franco-American Center.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Micho, seconded by trustee Kane. Any further discussion? I want to make sure we're very careful in this important matter. Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Beth. Oh, and
Trustee-
Emily.
Are you ready?
We are.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Alexander,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Eames,
Yes.
trustee Flood,
Yes.
trustee Loring,
No.
trustee Cates, I'm sorry, trustee Cates,
Sorry, yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Micho,
Yes.
trustee Riley, I'm sorry, trustee Johnson,
Yes.
trustee Moore,
Yes.
trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
trustee Kemmler,
Oh, yes.
trustee Worth.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great. Thank you all very much. And we will work with President Farini Monday and make sure we get updates and reports. And I'm certain that she'll work with the Franco-American Center to make sure that the move is an easy one, and perhaps we can do the fundraising and even make it stronger. So, President Farini Monday.
Yes, Chair, and all of you. I want to thank you for what has been an incredibly thoughtful, careful discussion, both through FFT and the interim between there and here and today. And also to thank all who have provided comment, which I assure you, I have read every sentence of what has come in. I understand the complexity of this situation and the high emotion that comes with it. I make myself available going forward to fulfill what the board has just asked, which is that you receive biannual reports, but also a discussion about the relocation and the sustainability. And I pledge to do my best to make this work through what is clearly a set of competing and difficult circumstances, but really appreciate the board's carefulness here. Thank you.
And it was a difficult Zoom process to get people on. Many people, I guess, aren't used to that process. And I apologize to those who found it difficult. We did get everybody who could access us did have a chance, and we did get Mr. McCormick's letter for our consideration before this vote. So we will continue, I'm sure, those discussions and move forward with an even stronger Franco-American Center. So thank you. Let's move on. But before we do, I believe trustee Kane has an introduction to make.
Oh no, doggy daycare was canceled today, and this dog has decided she would like to participate with the meeting today. So I apologize. This is my dog Sunny, and she is very captive listener.
Good.
Doggy daycare is closed, and so I am the full entertainment for this afternoon. Thank
Got
you
it.
for your patience with that.
Okay, well, let's move on to tab 18. The authorization to exercise the purchase option and reimbursement resolution acquisition for 7 Custom House Portland. And it's Vice Chancellor Lowe will take us through this one. I believe, or
Thank you. Just trying to find a remote button, mute button, sorry. Hang on just one second, just pulling up the summary. Just as a, I'll just be brief with this one. We've talked about it for several years. In fact, this is the authorization for the $20 million purchase. I think the key piece that I would just mention that I would emphasize to trustees, besides, what a remarkable opportunity it is that this purchase is entirely funded through the Harold Alfond grants. It is funded initially through internal loan, the potential of a revenue bond, while we, as you know, that Alfond dollars flows in over a series of payments out into the early 2030s. Will match the loan with the timing of the Alfond payments. And so the loan will be paid off when that last payment comes in. Obviously substantially cheaper than building new. And again, happy to answer any questions about the financing piece. Seth is here to answer any questions as well. And I'll pause right there, Madam Chair.
Great. Any questions, any concerns? Trustee Baldacci.
Thank you. I think more a question than real concern, but I think just the sustainability piece of the main center has been a discussion point for the board. I know we had talked earlier today, and it seems as though we can expect hopefully a sustainability report on the main center at some point, hopefully in March, I think is when we have it for our documents. But I know there's a lot of enthusiasm, excitement. I share in that. I do just worry as a fiduciary of the board that we're getting that sustainability report in March and have to make this vote today. So would like some assurances, number one, that it's coming, and number two, that there are no, red flags right now as you guys are hopefully working on that report.
I would share that concern. We're about to purchase a very old building. Thanks to the extraordinary generosity of the Alfonds and their foresight to think about this center and its promise. But it's a big obligation for future trustees to make sure that this remains sustainable and meets the Alfonds' dream and ours. Sorry, Vice Chancellor Lowe.
Yeah, well, there are others that can certainly weigh in on this piece. I would just add that one of the key considerations that we did, our own internal due diligence, was to run the numbers on this out through well past the Alfond years. We've run financials for all of the folks that are in there, what we anticipate happening over the next several years, and we feel really comfortable about this, or we wouldn't have brought it forward. Seth, welcome to add anything you want to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Lowe. And to the trustees, and specifically Trustee Baldacci, absolutely can provide that report in March. And one thing to remember is that the actual financial sustainability of the building becomes much stronger once we purchase the building, thanks to the generosity of the Alfond. They pay all of the principal of the buildings, but we also have the commercial real estate revenue that comes in as a result of when we actually own the buildings. And that becomes very favorable, especially when you're looking at a sustainability path going forward. Almost 20,000 square feet of over 60,000 square foot building is revenue generating, specifically from tenants outside of the university and main system. And that not only helps with revenue, but also helps with management of 7 Custom House Street. Lastly, what I also want to say is just, I know it's in the details, but it's always really good to voice over. The purchase of 7 Custom House also includes the land under 300 4th Street. That also has its benefits in the long term as well. So happy to provide more information today, but understandably, we have that flag for March and we can go into all the details.
Seth, can you just spend a minute, because I know all of us are why it's important to get the land underneath. I think that is a good point.
Yeah, so as a result, Chair Riley will have ownership of all of the land in both 7 Custom House and 300 4th Street, which are connected buildings. And as a result of that, we're seeing the law school flourish, the main MBA, its home is there, as well as other related programming. So we'll have all of that control as well in the entire city block. And as a reminder, to build new construction ground up, especially in that location, this is a significant savings, even inclusive of the renovation costs.
And the long-term maintenance of the old building.
Correct.
Yeah. Trustee Alexander.
Just to follow up on Trustee Baldacci's line of inquiry, the kind of analysis that you are going to present to us, does it include a risk analysis of the worst case scenario? The economy tanks, the tenants default on their leases, or there's little appetite for new rentals in the area. I mean, those are the kinds of scenarios that I think we at least need to be aware that you've looked at in this process.
Yes, that will be included in that, Trustee Alexander, including occupancy rates, which are quite strong, obviously, in Commercial Street in downtown Portland. But we do recognize that, obviously, commercial real estate can be fickle. So that is built into not only the short term, but the long term view. What's the standard occupancy rate in the Portland market?
And Chair Riley, I would just like to add, from the Chancellor's perspective, as far as the deliverables, it is a deliverable that was requested for the March BOT meeting, and we do have it slated for that meeting.
Yeah, I think we were hoping to get it earlier, but it's in the works, we know.
Right, and it was March was the date, so that's the date.
Any further questions, concerns?
I just want to share one other reality of the additional space, and that is that it will allow the law school to grow if that is in its future. But it also allows us to use space that will better meet the requirements of the faculty and students in a part of that building as well. So that needs to be taken into consideration as well, I would add. With Lee's top 100, actually, I think 88, and 105% increase in applications, there are real opportunities, potential opportunities in that arena.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the resolution. The lengthy resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system to exercise its purchase option for 7 Custom House Portland, Maine at the contract price of $20 million, with all final terms subject to review and approval of the University of Maine system treasurer and general counsel. Additionally, the board accepts the recommendations of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system to issue an internal loan for an amount of up to the contract price plus relevant closing costs. Further, the board accepts the recommendation of the FFT and approves the reimbursement project expenditures resolution. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any further discussion? Beth, will you take the vote?
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Alexander,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Loring,
Abstain.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
Trustee Moore,
Yes.
Trustee Baldacci,
Yes.
Trustee Kemmler,
Yes.
Trustee Worth.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Seth. Hang in there, it's 3:00. It's the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation report, and I very much appreciated the slide deck. I thought it was terrific. So, Vice Chancellor Freeney Mundy.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everybody. It's always nice to be able to have a chance to talk about the research and scholarly missions of our universities, particularly in our tripartite commitments that are in everybody's mission statement. And so we'll talk about the newly named UMS research ecosystem. And I'd like to give full credit to Professor Lisa Goryunova from the University of Southern Maine, who pointed this language out or offered that this was a description of what we're doing. We have a research a VCRI's research leaders group that's meeting quarterly at least, but doing a lot of work in between. And so here's a quick update on how things look. And I appreciate Jason Charlin, my senior advisor, who is here to help. And also there will be cameo appearances by Dean Softly and Dean Walsh. So let's move along through. One of the big accomplishments for our system always has to do with the MEIF funding and the annual reporting of how we are doing with this annual appropriation to the system. The main economic improvement fund is MEIF. And a quick highlight, a few quick highlights, and you have the report. But the ROI, again, excellent this year, 7.3 to 1, based on what we're able to do in leveraging across the 7 strategic sectors. So just a reminder that the investments that we make, with a base investment at UMaine and another base investment at USM, and then opportunity for small campus initiatives, which have been growing. And we have partnered across the system with 378 Maine companies in this past year. And we have been able to support 1,400 students. So this is an incredible opportunity for leveraging and doing the things that R&D and innovation enable us to do for the state of Maine as a system. Next slide. Here's one just quick success story within this, and it has to do with a partnership between the University of Maine and the Veterans Administration Healthcare System in Maine, or VA Maine. And this involves expanding healthcare services, advancing medical research, and improving clinical education to directly benefit Mainers, especially veterans. And so we are looking at key health challenges in this partnership, such as rural access, aging, mental health, and chronic disease. And it's a great combination of UMaine's research expertise based with VA Maine's clinical reach. And MEIF is supporting that. This research ecosystem is really one that has many complementary pieces. And as an example of where our universities stand out because of their distinction, and that all starts to work together well, we could look to our research ecosystem. For one thing, the system is recognized as a leader in the Arctic. And that's really because of multiple parts of our system that have this kind of connection. So the first slide you see there is a group from the University of Southern Maine who traveled to Reykjavik to participate in the Arctic Circle Assembly. And they have an institute at USM that enables this work to go on, and President Edmondson was part of the delegation. President Softly later will talk about the law school's connection to the Arctic expertise. And at UMaine, we have earth science faculty who are leaders in research, development, and education in something called the Juneau Icefield Research Project, where our faculty and students travel to Alaska. So Arctic is a very strong theme for us, and in part supported by the MEIF. The second area that I wanted to mention to the right has to do with the life sciences, certainly a growing commitment in area of priority for the state of Maine, and in making Maine a much more viable partner on life sciences initiatives. And through our efforts, we were able to be sure that the University of Maine at Augusta and the University of Southern Maine were able to join the Maine INBRE network, which includes the rest of our universities. And that we have presidents and designees serving on the steering committee. This project is funded by the NIH, and it is based at MDIBL, the Mount Desert Island Biological Laboratory. And it's a program, it's a network really to help develop a workforce in the life sciences. And now system-wide, we're a part of this. In the third slide there on the bottom right, we have a lot of work as we're learning in translational research, which is extremely valuable in a state that needs this kind of move from application into actually using research in everything from public health practices to the development of products. And then finally, because we've had the changes in the federal situation, we've been able to bring everybody together through the grant review task force, and we're learning a lot about what folks want to work on going forward. Next slide, please, Jason. A lot of engagement with the federal landscape, and I will be very brief here. Our teams continue to meet. FAST, system-wide group that's coming together now a little less frequently, about once a month. The Grant Review Task Force, also system-wide, meeting still quite regularly to take a look at what's happening. We've held workshops with PIs. We have shifted focus to really digging deeply to understand the new directions of the agencies, their priorities, to take a look at what's happening to appropriations and CDS requests. Jake, I don't know if you're there, if you'd like to chime in with a very rapid appropriations update. But he may not be. Basically, the big news on that is that just on Friday, the president signed the CJS bill, which funds the major science agencies with which we interact, and also ends up leading to the approval of the CDS, the earmarks that are part of the bill, that are within the earmarks within the bills that are in that overall bill. So very excited about where that is, and we'll start to roll out more detail. One piece of this is the $45 million health and life science complex that you've perhaps seen in the press, but there are other. I just wanted to mention that there are a few other things we're watching very closely and fast and working with others across the system that have to do with the federal changes. One is our changes in IPEDS reporting that Jeff St. John and team are leading. Another is rulemaking going on around workforce Pell and the loan caps at the graduate level, and we're tracking that very closely and looking to have the appropriate groups and committees engaging with that as soon as the time is right. The terminations and reversals of terminations have slowed down. That sort of ended in the fall pretty much, and now where we are is looking at what's coming out of the agencies, what to apply for, where we see some possibilities, and our faculty and staff across the system, we're looking to support them as they make those shifts. Next slide, please. You've seen these before. These are 4 pillars of our activity among the research leaders group, and they align to the actions of the University of Maine System strategic plan. And so we continue to build those out and play those out as we look across the system. And as an example of that, we will turn to President Dean Softly to speak to one example. We've asked every campus to provide an example about what they're doing in the areas of research, development, innovation, applied research, translation, and I'll turn it to my colleague, Lee.
There we go. Thank you. So let me just say very quickly, in the last 5 years, Maine Law has benefited greatly from collaborations with sister universities, and I want to thank President Farini Mundy, who has been especially helpful in assuring that the law school, once fairly isolated, is now very much involved with research and grant opportunities. And what you see here, first, the first group is actually the privacy law students and faculty gathering in Washington, D.C. around a whole lot of research related to privacy, cybersecurity, AI. And the next piece that you see is the Rural Practice Clinic, which has benefited from collaborations with, as you've heard, the University of Maine at Fort Kent, and has been supported by Senator Troy Jackson and the Attorney General. And I think it's really important that we get back to the Arctic and international environmental law programs, which have all come together with a whole lot of different both research and interdisciplinary teaching, which has been pretty extraordinary. The Arctic Law program at Maine Law is unique among law schools, and in fact, one of our professors is teaching the history of Greenland at this point, which, as you can imagine, is a relatively popular class. So I will just say thank you again for everything that is occurring that is bringing Maine Law into the work of the rest of the universities.
Great. Thank you, Lee. And another illustration will be presented by Megan Walsh from the University of Maine at Machias.
Thank you, President Franny Mundy, and I want to echo President Softly's thanks for bringing UMM into the research fold. We are also experiencing that at UMM, and it's really been wonderful to highlight and elevate the research that our faculty, the fact that our faculty are doing with our students, in a new way. So I just wanted to show a few examples of projects that are currently underway, currently have received funding, just to tell you a little bit about the stuff we're doing. As always, you always hear me talk about applied interdisciplinary coastal impacts with UMM, and that's no exception in some of the research projects that we've recently seen develop. So 3 areas I want to highlight is work on our marine environments. Our new assistant professor, Dr. Kat Anderson, who joined us from Bates this year, is working on a farm-raised mussels project, specifically for the coast of Maine. We also have another faculty member who's very interested in Maine's waterways and is working with the Down East Salmon Federation and working on a project about herring fisheries in Maine. And then finally, much of our, I should say all of our work is community focused, but 2 projects in particular really highlight that. One is a recent one, and that's a project that's being worked on by a UMM faculty member and a faculty member in Maine College of Engineering and Computing, which is really excellent. That's a new partnership there to see those faculty working together. And they're working on soft shell clam database that's available to the public. So it's gathered from members of the public and then will be presented back to them so that they can use it for the clamming industry in this region. And then finally, a faculty member in outdoor recreation is working on a project about soundscapes and coastal trusts. And there is actually, I'd like to plug an exhibit that is on display right now at the College of the Atlantic about this project. So just to give you a sense of some of the work we're doing at UMaine Machias. Thank you, President Franny.
Thank you. And so this next slide is a little bit of a summary, really, of themes that we're finding as we really work with each other in advancing the research and scholarship mission of the entire system, as well as external funding when it makes sense, with the recognition that every university will have something distinctive in this general space of research and scholarship. And yet we also have some very common themes. And so some topical areas that are emerging as real priorities that our system can be proud about in terms of there's work going on in wide ways on these, biology and health. And that's a very appropriate one right now at this moment, as we know the state is facing continuing and escalating challenges in healthcare. Education and learning, we heard earlier today from President McDonnell about the importance, for example, of the University of Maine at Farmington's deep commitment to education and learning. It's an area of research across our system, and that's really critical because we would want tomorrow's teachers, today's teachers, to be as informed by current knowledge about learning that comes from research as possible. A strong application area in the sciences and engineering. You heard Dean Walsh's examples just now, but there are many, many that cut across. And when we think engineering, think about its intersection, for example, with agriculture and the roles in which we're seeing engineering engaging around harvesting and pest detection and other domains. And then we've already highlighted the Arctic and the environment more generally. So we have some topical themes that are really emerging as genuine system-wide themes where we can really be proud of all that we're contributing to the state and nationally and internationally. We also have some other distinctions, and there are just a couple mentioned here. I'll add a third. But this concept of place-based inquiry is a very strong, powerful piece of what we're doing here in the system. And we have this example in place at every one of our universities, where some of the inquiry, some of the actual work being done by scholars is deeply tied to the location of the institution, and then is able to join into, of course, national literature, but also those are unique opportunities. And some of our universities have access to the coast, and others have access to mountains, and others have access to mineral deposits because of their place. And those are terrific sites for research. And then everybody's committed to undergraduate student engagement. And that doesn't happen randomly. That requires faculty who who will design their courses to engage the students in all dimensions of research. And at the graduate level, of course, it's a bit more natural, but at the same time, we have faculty all across this system doing terrific work on that front. So we're building the story of the University of Maine system research ecosystem. And with that, I think, Jason, we'll conclude. I know that there's another item on the medical school, but I think, but that's it for now on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I like the ecosystem. Questions, comments? Okay, I guess we can go to our final agenda item, tab 20, the medical school study. And who's Chancellor? Are you kicking? Who's kicking? Oh, sorry. Trustee, I'm sorry, Trustee Alexander.
I couldn't hit the button fast enough. A wonderful presentation of the system-wide activities going around a theme and a course of study, an area of emphasis. What a wonderful example for our ongoing work to talk about how to improve the systemness of the work that we're doing. And I'm wondering if that kind of approach, and it really led by an expert in the field, but involving faculty and programs throughout the system, whether that approach could be used for the development of ideas and system-wide policies and programs in teaching, in nursing, or in some of the other areas where we've always had this sense that as a board, we'd really like to know more about what the plan is. So I just put that out there as a topic for future discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Medical school, who's kicking it off? Chancellor, Joan, any?
Chancellor? I can't see him.
Sorry, happy to say some number of things. Obviously, the report has been received and delivered to the legislature. It does point out that there is clearly a shortage of MDs in Maine, and Maine is having a difficult time in recruiting non-Mainers to come and practice and to stay in practice. It also reflects, I think, some input from the hospital systems who are nervous about that. You put a shortage of doctors together with the projected shortage of nurses in 2030 of 2,800. You understand that we have a rather large problem in the health system looking us straight in the face. Having said that, I believe that the expenses associated with a program that would be suggested probably are undervalued or under cost, I guess would be the way to put it. But we are looking at it. We will continue to answer questions at the legislature, I'm sure. That may come up. And we respect the work that was undertaken. We certainly understand the arguments about the shortage, and it does give us some other avenues to think about in the body of the report, which I believe you all received. I'll send it back to you, Joan.
Thanks, Chancellor. I think the Chancellor summarized it. You know, we have a pretty serious problem in Maine. We're aware of it. The report has helped to crystallize that for us. It has also, I think, laid out some potential pathways through which the University of Maine system could begin to address these challenges. Obviously, the cost right now in the report's view of what it would take to start a medical school, a traditional medical school, is out of reach. But at the same time, they cite a strong capacity at the University of Maine and recognize the importance system-wide of what we're already doing on the health side. And so I am hopeful that it gives us a springboard for discussions and continued conversation about what the system can do even beyond what we're already doing, in case there's another look several years down the road at the potential of a public medical school in Maine.
You know, I just one footnote. AI is already having a pretty big impact on the delivery of medical advice, diagnosis, and other issues. Obviously, this report was begun, or the work for it was begun well before AI was understood to have the impact that it is now projected to have in a number of areas, including the medical area. It's not directly addressed sufficiently in the report, but that is something we'll have to keep in the back of our minds as we look at the shortages that we are facing in nursing and on the MD side.
Yeah, it would be good at some point to take a look, to Barbara's point, at nursing shortages. And there's a great report I saw recently from Muskie. A researcher there has talked about nursing shortages and what causes it, and the clinical issues and the teaching issues. It's quite good. And at some point, we might want to make that one of our educational sessions and think about how we can do more with our nurses and nurse practitioners.
Yeah, it's also impacted on an age basis, and as we know, Maine is the oldest demographically aged state, and that's part of a very big part of the problem as well. I am hoping that nurses will be treated even better than they are currently treated, and therefore it will be easier for us to attract more students to our various programs in the system.
Any more comments or questions? All right, with that, this has been quite a meeting. We managed to have our snow day together on a very substantive set of issues and agenda, and I really appreciate everybody's time and effort and ability to make this work, which we did. And I don't need a motion to adjourn, but just a reminder that we will be at the University of Maine Augusta, March 15 and 16 for our next meeting, and we'll be seeing all of each other on various committees. So with that, go out and shovel. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.